get there in time. I should probably grab that while I'm here. Nice.
Greetings. Hold your dog. What roads have you traveled? Good luck.
Hey there, podcast listener. Have you ever been listening to Wizard and the Bruiser and thought to yourself, I wish I could see just how fat Jake and Holden are in real life?
Don't lie, we know all about your weird inside thoughts, listeners.
Well, now you can make that dream a reality because WizBrew and Page 7 are going on tour.
Austin, Dallas, Milwaukee, Chicago, Minneapolis.
DC, Philly, Brooklyn, San Francisco, LA.
Nowhere is safe from an all-new show we're calling Release the Butthole Cut.
Ew. Come join your fellow LPN fans for a night of pop culture chaos that's fun for the whole family, assuming your family consists of equally broken weirdos in their 30s.
It's going to be a blast. Tickets are on sale right now at lastpodcastnetwork.com. Go now!
There's VIP meet and greet passes available as well, in case you want to get, a little extra close, especially personal.
I legally have to clarify that there is no sexual element involved.
I mean, unless,
Okay, geez, Jake. All right, stop winking, all right, buddy?
It's Page 7 and Wizard and the Bruiser live. Go to lastpodcastnetwork.com for dates and tickets.
Hey, it's me, fucker. I'm Fritz the Cat. Fucking smoke weed. Fucking kill a guy.
And it's me, not Jessica Rabbit Boner Fuel Hollywood. Look at my impeccably animated boobs. Nothing else in the movie is animated this well, but these rockin' yabos sure are almost, I would say, obsessively drawn. Get a load of these doodles.
And he's a wizard or whatever. We are here to talk about the life and work of Ralph Bakshi. What a wild, psychedelic wormhole we've gone through. What a bizarre, just roller coaster.
Now,
I mean, I think this.
Now, the Ralph Bakshi, if you saw that name and you were like, I don't know what this name is, ask your dad. Ask your dad who Ralph Bakshi is, and he will tell you about going to the X-rated movie theater and getting high as fuck and having a blast. Or talk to your older brother who watched a ton of Cool World. And, you know, because it aired every 5 minutes in the 90s on Comedy Central and HBO.
Yep, it was that, oh, hell yeah, my parents are gone for the night. I'm going to throw this this filthy, boob-tastic film on and feel weird for the next hour, 40 minutes. And I watched it last night, and indeed, I felt very weird, Jake.
Ralph Bakshi's movies are the kind of thing that makes me question whether or not I like weed at all.
Yeah, I mean...
It's the thing that, like, I will get high and be like, now it's time to watch the good movies for when you're high. And I'm like, I don't think I ever want to get this high.
Yeah, so my little anecdote, and I think I've told this anecdote before, maybe on the R. Crumb episode, maybe even on the South Park episode. I remember coming home from the movie theater with my head full of songs like Fuck Your Fucking Face, Uncle Fucker, and just all sorts of what, you know, a dildo and Satan and Saddam Hussein all sharing a bed together. You know, these sorts of things from the filmic experience, South Park, bigger, longer, and uncut. And I came home so excited, you know, so thrilled with this wild movie theater experience I had seen. I didn't think anything like it existed, and I said, Dad, you know, he was sitting in the house. I said, Dad, I think I saw...
In my head, you're wearing a little sailor suit. You're like, Papa,
yes.
Papa, I've seen the most wonderful thing at the cinema.
I was like, Dad, I think I saw the dirtiest, filthiest animated movie ever made today in the theater. South Park, it is incredible. You know, we'd already seen some South Park together. That was like the kind of show that my dad would like look at and shake his head at, but also watch all of and secretly enjoy while I was like screaming with laughter the whole time. And I remember he said, well, then you definitely haven't seen Fritz the Cat. And I was like, what? He was like, Fritz the Cat. And I think I literally went to Blockbuster like right after that. Like, just that's how obsessed with movies I was back then and consuming everything I could possibly consume. And I think it was at Blockbuster. Maybe I had to rent it from Visuart Video, the cool hipster indie video rental store in town. But
yeah, Blockbuster, that's a rated X film. I don't think you can get that at Blockbuster.
I don't know, but I kind of remember it being at Blockbuster. But anyway, maybe it was like the rated version. But anyways, I got a hold of this movie, Fritz the Cat, and I sat down and I was just like, Jesus Christ, Dad, why the fuck would you tell me about this? This is ridiculous. You know, I'm just nudity, drugs, violence, racism, just so much extreme, you know, portrayals of different types of people, but all from like the swinging wild 60s, man, and like had that whole kind of hippie vibe. And I was it all animators just like all looked down on hippies and made fun of them and their work? I mean, it just felt so completely of its time in this specific way.
Okay, so okay, there's so you just unlocked like 8 different points in my brain, and I've had just enough Monster brand energy beverage that all of them are exploding at once. So animators on their own are quirky people. It is a very solitary, very demanding, very almost like monastic kind of craft where you have to study subjects, you have to capture motion, you have to master technical, like especially back then, the technical intricacies of photography. It is an incredibly like head to bowed at the desk kind of art form, but it's also one of the most expressive. It's also like in animation, the gap between what the creator sees in their head and what appears on screen is like almost as one-to-one as any other piece of art form can be. And so animators are weird, but they're also broke because it's not a fine art. It's not like a cool corporate job most of the time. So like animators are nerdy, focused, broke weirdos. And so they will spend a lot of time observing the outside world in the counterculture, in the underculture. The fact that so much of Ralph Bakshi's work is obsessed with like the grime of the city and like populations that don't show up in animated movies very often, all kind of ties into it. And the fact that he attracted so many other outsiders into his circle over the years also just creates this amazing kind of rock and roll underground grunge mirror to what Disney built. So and the story of how we even got to Fritz the Cat is insane. But I'm just gonna say, especially because I've watched a lot of Bakshi. We watched Cool World. We watched Wizards. I watched a little bit of the unfortunately titled Coonskin. I watched.
jeez.
What
That's
was
an
the other
aggressive
one?
name.
Heavy Traffic.
Heavy Traffic, really interesting. Did you say American Pop already?
I didn't watch American Pop, but like
Really interesting.
these movies are super rough around the edges. Like
Oh,
there's
yeah.
no other way to describe it. There's like so many I watched a lot of the Bakshi or Lord of the Rings as well. He will use so many shortcuts that you know, any artist will like try and say, oh, it's a style thing, when really you just are already busting your ass so much. So
Right.
photographs as backgrounds, heavy use of not just rotoscoping, where you're drawing over frames of filmed content, but literally just overexposing the film stock so that it has a high contrast and just putting it on the screen as if it were animated frames.
Part of the animation. Also, even going as far as using actual recorded conversations as opposed to writing and scripts and
Improv,
hiring
like
actors.
improv.
Totally just full on improv. And not even just improv, actual just like field recordings of people having conversations in the streets of New York and
Which-
just adapting that into animation.
It's naturalistic, it's innovative, it's all these things, but also if you're sitting down to watch a movie, he breaks so many rules.
Oh yeah. I saw a quote somewhere where he said, like, you know, he's in his element. He was very alienated from working within studio systems on stuff like Lord of the Rings and Cool World, and he was really in his element when he was just sitting at home, creating his what he wanted, how he wanted. And he even said that he put 2 or 3 movies into one movie, like,
Yeah.
and I think that is something that, to a certain degree, you bounce off of a little bit, right, Jake, in terms of just structure, format. I mean, he is the anti-Disney. Sometimes because of attitude, and sometimes because straight up because of money.
So what all of this is to couch that I don't like his movies. I don't think they're well made. I think they are highly compromised, meandering, messy things. But hear me out, fuck me. Fuck
Yeah.
my opinion. I didn't
Fuck you,
make
Jake.
like a dozen movies, hundreds of episodes of television, and like foster the talents of an entire generation of geniuses. Fuck me.
Yeah.
I am literally just throwing turds from the bottom of a pit at someone who actually did shit and like finished shit. And so like no matter what I say, my respect for what Ralph Bakshi has done is through the roof.
Yeah,
It is-
Jake, you jerk. If I saw you right here, right now, in the same room, I would start kissing you, and I'd kiss you for way too long.
What?
And then you'd get really uncomfortable by
Never.
it. And you'd be, like, so upset about it.
Holden, we're podcast co-hosts. That is a bond thicker than anything by law or blood.
I can't disagree with you, Jake, at all. I would say I had some moments of some revelations for sure. It's sad that you didn't watch American Pop, because that's the one I caught just under the wire just now, and that was the revelatory one where I was like, I think this is his best film, and I think that this works in all these ways that I've come to admire about him. And essentially what I've come to admire about him is his bringing of the rich history that he grew up in, his love of music, his love of like that Brooklyn neighborhood that he grew up in with Jewish
Brownsville.
immigrant parents, Brownsville, and incorporating that and giving me like the feeling of being there so vividly and such a nostalgic, often kind of in a despairing almost, like in a that like misty nostalgia feeling that one might have around like Christmas time. You know what I mean? That's kind of what American Pop feels like, as well as this strong representation of counterculture in the 60s. I mean, that movie kind of has it all. I think the best of what he does in the most cohesive way, which is funny to say because it's incredibly abstract storytelling, that film, but it still feels better, that the story is better communicated than even, let's say, like a Wizards. And I did enjoy Wizards too, and honestly, even watching Cool World, as much as I was just constantly going like, what the fuck, what is this weird, edgy Who Framed Roger Rabbit rip-off bullshit movie, there were these moments where I was like, man, those buildings look cool. I love these backgrounds. I love this character design. I love, I love this weird choice that he made with like the club that's banging the music and those weird like dancing skeleton, different colored skeleton dudes, and just like and just all the bizarre, weird like choices of like floating see-through heads just in the middle of nowhere, and we're gonna get more into
On
Cool
the,
World a little bit. But I'm just saying, I think there's a lot to enjoy and admire. Yeah, to sum this feeling up, I think at least American Pop is, I think, actually quite strong. And in every one of his movies, there's something that you can admire, and there's something there's an emotional, there's something emotional happening, or there's something you know, there's a feeling you can get from them that you just can't get from Disney. Bakshi do what Disney don't. That's what I'm saying. Jake, back to you.
It's such an incredible body of work. It's such a confounding story. The fact that he is, you know, you don't get to be this kind of P.T. Barnum of outsider animation without being a little bit of a huckster as well, because so many stories in his life and so many things conflict with each other. He loves exaggerating his life story. He loves just throwing numbers out there. You know, he'll say something like he had 500, 700 animators working on Cool World when the real number was like 75 or something. He'll do all sorts of stuff that I don't even know what to trust. But the fact is, I admire the fucking gumption. I admire just the cocaine fuel. And believe me, it was very cocaine fueled drive to just make shit happen.
The story of Ralph Bakshi is the story of ingenuity. And again, I think that's something that any underground artist, whether you be a filmmaker or a musician or anything like that, I think connects to just right off the bat when it comes to appreciating his work. I think a lot of his work has inspired a lot of people to make their own thing and pave their own way and just say, hey, not only can we tell a story that's completely different from what the gold standard of storytelling is, and at that point it was a very specific, obvious gold standard, and that was the work of Disney and everything that they were producing. We can work outside of that and still, because this is the thing that was surprising actually to me, which I guess maybe it shouldn't have been, and still make quite a good amount of money at the box office.
God.
These movies, that's the big secret. Yeah, because the whole time leading in, I'm like, oh, this is going to be a story like a guy who put out all this great work against all odds and like was underappreciated till years later, and then no, his stuff was massively popular, starting with Fritz the Cat.
Fritz the Cat, I didn't know this, and I was like talking to my dad literally this morning, because I was like, I gotta ask him, because my dad grew up in Queens, like he's not as old as Ralph Bakshi is, but like he was definitely in the target audience when Ralph Bakshi was making stuff in the 70s in his prime. And I was like, so what was the deal? And he was like, Fritz the Cat was fucking huge. Like it was everybody saw it. And I did more research on it, and because of the way a lot of these like box office lists are tracked, they don't include X-rated or XXX movies. But if you like include Fritz the Cat, it was one of the top 10 grossing movies the year it came out. It was a certified smash hit, and considering its modest budget, was a massive success. So when he has all these kind of stumbles and like lesser hits along the way, it's because Fritz the Cat was such a massive like money maker that they kept giving him chances.
Well, there just had never been such a naughty cartoon movie before. It was literally just that he was the first guy out the gate to do it. Yeah. He was just the first person to have like these cartoon characters saying dirty words, doing drugs, and it was just such a wild eye popper. It was also probably apparently to thank the film Clockwork Orange. We'll talk about that when we get to old Fritz. But yeah, it was really a game changer, and of course, obviously, you know, my father, same thing, right? I come home from South Park, Bigger, Longer, and Uncut, and he's like, I guess you haven't heard of Fritz the Cat, in which I had not, and none of in my circle had. But I think for my father and your father's whole generation, it was that holy shit, have you seen this thing? Oh my god. I mean, it almost reminds me of like in a different sense, like a Blair Witch Project, in the sense of just like everyone had to see it. It was the talk of the town. It was this low budget underdog movie, but it was just so unique and completely different in its approach to filmmaking and telling a story that it was like everyone had to be able to have a conversation about it, essentially.
It's if you are a fan of Ralph Bakshi, if you are like down with what he has been doing, and you warts and all admire the balls on him, like you are a very special and elite kind of drug addicted man. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say.
You're describing me. I would have to say I think I'm good on ever watching Fritz the Cat again. I think at one point I had the DVD. I mean, I definitely would throw it on during certain kind of we'll just say drug parties in college, that kind of thing. You know, I think I'm good on it. I know the beats. I know the bizarre turns it has from being goofy and silly to just getting really dark and really racial and just all it just is all over the place.
The amount that I was like solidly shocked that these like decades old movies still had the capacity, A, for the violence, B, for the Freudian nonstop nightmare of sexual content, and just the outright blood and gore and violence. Like I was like taken aback, and I watch the fucking gross animes. I watch like all sorts of underground and like indie animation shit. Like I've watched every dumb YouTube short where it's somebody like it's all stop motion animated and it turns out all the kids are dead. I watch all that shit and still I was like, holy fuck, watching this stuff.
It's uniquely set, and I think it even came out in the early 70s, but it's so uniquely telling a story about the 60s, which a lot of media was this idealized time, this like summer of love and all this kind of stuff, and people getting out there and protesting against the man. But this really told the story of the 60s that I think we come to understand about the story of the 90s and things, where it was like, no, everybody was full of shit. Everybody was like posing and like pretending to be this thing, but in the reality, people are people, and everyone's like taking advantage of the movements and the situations of the time for their own uses. And also racism was horrific during that time, and this, that, and the other. And and Fritz was definitely this character R. Crumb created, by the way. And if you want to hear more about the R. Crumb side of all of that, listen to our R. Crumb episode. We're not gonna be able to delve too deep into it, but it was definitely, Fritz was this like great kind of this great mascot for like the darker side or the cynical side of the hippie movement and of what was going on in cities and liberal communities and stuff like that. It was taking the piss out of all of that in a great way. Jake, I think we gotta bust into this because there's so much to cover here. We're not gonna be able to spend too much time on any one film, but we're gonna try to get his body of work in the best shape we can for you guys. But let's first talk about the early days. Ralph Bakshi, initially born in Haifa, Israel.
Well, it was the Palestinian mandate. It wasn't even Israel yet. This, his family moved to New York when it was in 1938. It was before World War II. Yep. This is how early in the history of the state, there was no state of Israel for him to have moved from.
He was just 1 year old. Of course, they were Jewish immigrants. Bakshi said, "They were poor, but we didn't feel poor." And in an interview, he described being obsessed with the walls of his building in Brooklyn, how they'd been painted and repainted over and over again, creating this effect that just was something he just kind of loved to look at and even touch, and was just drawn to it, as well as the wooden buildings in the neighborhood around him. He was just fascinated by this landscape that he found himself in, this incredibly urban landscape.
Just to thoroughly just how much how gonzo this man's life is, the book Unfiltered, the complete Ralph Bakshi, which you can get at the Internet Archive. You can rent it, you can borrow it from the virtual library there. Talks about how, and again, this could be Bakshi fucking zhuzhing up his own life story, but 1 year old on the boat leaving the Palestinian mandate, the boat was boarded by a Nazi U-boat that was on patrol, and they let them pass because it was a ship bound for America, and America wasn't officially in the war yet. from the get-go, like on the precipice of history, this guy is.
He said, I had this tremendous love of grit and this love of what New York's about and this love of what real paint's about. And he also had a great love of making his own toys. He would take crates that we found around the area and he would use hammer and nail and they'd make their own toy guns and their own different stuff like that. And he, you know, that's why he alludes to early on, I was the opposite of Disney. I liked the city. I liked really getting my hands dirty, making things myself.
Oh my God.
Not relying on any kind of big, you know.
It's deeper than that, because the whole thing of Disney was, you know, he was a country boy that like yearned to mythologize Main Street America. Like, that's the whole point of Disney World. And here's Ralph Bakshi raised in the exact like opposite scenario. The grime, the dirt, the crowdedness, like everything. And he lionized that. He took that and elevated it to a mythical standard.
He loved comic books. He would dig through trash cans in the street in order to find them because, of course, he couldn't afford his own.
Dodging the glass, he would say.
And in 1947, Bakshi's family moved to Washington, D.C.
Oh, wait. I love this story. In grade school, Ralph Bakshi got involved in a food fight and then socked the kid who started it. And he was taken to the principal's office, and the principal hated him. He hated the principal. And according to Bakshi, it's the principal, Ralph said was worthless, just another talentless loser. And the principal was saying, you know, he was going to get locked up. He was going to be a criminal. And Ralph said, oh, yeah, well, at least I can draw. And at this point, he had just like been copying shit out of the comics that he was collecting. But he just needed something to be like, oh, yeah, well, fuck you. I do things. And the principal immediately smiled and realized that he could get rid of Bakshi by sending him to Manhattan School of the Industrial Arts, a vocational academy for like commercial artists. He immediately set up an appointment for Bakshi to take the entrance exam. Only 10 kids were admitted. Bakshi was one of them. And that's where he started like kind of formalizing his pathway to becoming an artist. Which I love. Like, his entire career started out of spite.
He excelled in cartooning under the guidance of African-American cartoonist Charles Allen and managed to graduate from the school in 1956. Backing it up back to that Washington, D.C. trip, the notable thing about that is he moved into, like, pretty much an all-black neighborhood. He said, all my friends were black. Everyone we did business with was black. The school across the street was black. It was segregated, so everything was black. I went to see black movies. Black girls sat on my lap. I went to black parties. I was another black kid on the block, no problem. And he even tried to go to the all-black school and ended up, the cops ended up getting called to remove him because they were so concerned about white people like rioting over the fact that there was a white and God forbid, a Jewish kid going to this all-black school. And to say all that is just to say this is why I think he becomes very, very fascinated by African-American culture, especially inner city African-American culture, which is why we get to stuff like, you know, the characters he portrays in Fritz the Cat, obviously the ill-named Coonskin film, which we'll talk about as delicately as we can, because Hachi Machi, that one's interesting to say the least.
It's a lot.
It's just misguided. There was he had good intentions, but
I mean, well, we'll get to it.
I guess. So yeah, he graduates from that school, and that's when around when he ends up getting a job at Terry Toons, the American animation studio in New Rochelle, New York.
Located in my hometown of New Rochelle, New York.
Wow.
Of such classics like Mighty Mouse and Deputy Dog.
Yep, and it was actually a friend's recommendation that got him a gig as cell polisher, which is a really shitty job, removing dirt and dust from animation cells. Literally, the boss was surprised that he kept going. He kept showing up because his commute was 4 hours each day. And pretty soon was promoted to higher levels in the company, but. Still, like you mentioned the food fight. He also got in trouble smoking at school. He was a bit of a troublemaker at school, right? And his rebellious nature definitely continued at Terry Toons. He was promoted to cell painter. However, he wanted to be animating, so in order to practice that, he slipped a bunch of cells he was supposed to animate into a coworker's pile to give him more time. And eventually, he literally drags his desk down into the animation department. According to Bakshi, there was a director, an animator who I loved very much. He was about 70 years old when I came to Terry Toons. His name was Connie Rosinski. Now, Connie Rosinski was a clown. He was a hobo. He was a boxer. He rode the rails. He did all those things as a human being before he became an animator at Terry Toons. The black and white days. He was the desk director, and he stood up for me. He said, he's animating. He's doing a good job. What do you want from me? He's the guy, when I carried the desk downstairs, I went to him and I said, look, I'm here to animate. Give me a scene. He looked at me for 3 minutes, and he knew exactly what I was doing. The only thing that stopped him from busting out laughing was he leaned over, gave me a scene, and said, here, do this and bring it back when you're finished. He knew exactly what I was doing. I spent 2 weeks down there before the production manager came and found me. And that's when Connie goes to bat for Bakshi. Like, first of all, how crazy is that he literally just took his desk and moved it like a floor down and just said, no, I'm a fucking animator now.
This won't be the first time he just walks into the fucking room and just
most people
makes it happen.
Could you imagine doing that, like, back when you worked in a corporate job, just, like, pulling something like that? You'd be removed from the building immediately.
Well, Terry Toons was kind of a mess during this era. Like, you know, during the heyday of the shorts, of the, you know, like, inter-movie shorts, there was always, like, stuff to be done. There were always things that you had to do. But this was during the TV era, and stuff like Jay Ward and Hanna-Barbera were kind of kicking their ass. Like, Terry Toons made these cheap little cartoons with forgettable characters. Like, there's a reason we don't think about Marvin Diggs or any of or just what's this Diaper Boy? Literally, the character's name is Diaper Boy.
Well, that was his superhero team. We'll talk about that in just a second. But yeah, that is for sure. It was Heckle and Jekyll is another one, you know, that he would end up directing on. Yeah, it was definitely like, it was like worse than Hanna-Barbera. It was like schlockier than Hanna-Barbera, cheaper than Hanna-Barbera even, right? And kind of gave him a lot of disillusionment over everything going on with the animation scene. Also, though, too, he describes a moment when he does get promoted to animator. He ends up walking outside. He said a bunch of animator union guys were waiting for him with bricks in their hands, and he had to like. And he was like, and then they saw that I was ready for a fight and I wasn't gonna back down, and like they ended up like letting it go. But I mean, it just sounded like a fucking war. Like it was just like really violent and challenging and wild. And he just kind of busted down the door on that, which is really crazy. At the age of 25, he was promoted to director, and his first series was Sad Cat, which spoofs fairy tales and happy endings. And then he also goes on to direct Deputy Dog, Heckle and Jekyll, and Mighty Mouse. And one day he went with fellow Terry Toon employee Bill Weiss to help him with the presentation to CBS to pitch a couple of animation series, which were all passed on. And then right as all the producers are leaving the room at the very last second, Bakshi, he pulls out this pitch completely out of his ass. He pitches something called the Mighty Heroes, a superhero team featuring Strong Man, Tornado Man, Rope Man, Cuckoo Man, and Diaper Man, with the logline, they fought evil wherever they could, and the villains were stupider than they were. And the execs love it, and this is his first, like, I'm just gonna tell them what I'm making, and I'm just gonna get something to happen. And he was really he was really good, it seems like, at the art of the pitch and the art of sealing the deal and getting the green light, which he did for that. That series runs for a year. However, this experience, by this time, he's getting frustrated with Terry Toons. He's just not really loving the kind of like I said, the schlock they're just pumping out constantly in that Hanna-Barbera way. And so this is his out comes with pitching First, he pitches a fantasy series to CBS called T-Wit, which was passed on. This becomes the basis for his 1977 film Wizards, which we'll talk about later. But soon after that, he hears that the Paramount Pictures animation division head had just been fired, and they were looking for a new job. He ends up getting that job. This
literally
gig, though,
walks in, just walks in and
Again,
gets the
just-
head
yeah.
of the animation department for a major studio. Just
well,
because
partly though, that was because they
Top hat and
knew
glasses.
that this was like a placeholder and that they were slowly going to be shuttering the doors on
Right.
that animation department. It only lasted for about 8 months.
yeah, I mean, so much of Bakshi's career is like highly contingent on the fact that most studio heads just have no fucking idea how animation is made, what it entails, like whether it's good or not.
Yeah.
He really just in that knowledge vacuum just thrives.
And I think he was just done after that time with Paramount. They get some stuff out the door. Actually, I think, did you mention Marvin Diggs? One of the things was actually Marvin Diggs, which was a bit of a precursor to Fritz the Cat. It was, he described it as a flower child picture. It was intended to be filthy with bad words and sex scenes. Of course, the studio didn't allow that. And that's part of leading to his frustrations of working with studios in general, but was a bit of a precursor to Fritz. And then after Paramount, Bakshi forms its own studio based out of the Garment District of Manhattan, which Bakshi described as, quote, the worst neighborhood in the world. The studio started out making a couple of television series, including that shitty Spider-Man show.
There we go. Okay, yes, thank God. Thank God. I was praying. Oh, okay, we get to talk about the Canadian.
We've talked about it before. I think we talked about it on our Spider-Man episode, but I'm not sure.
So, because of legal disputes and the fact that like Bakshi was just like thought he could do so much of the production on his own, which looking at the 60s Spider-Man cartoon, you can tell that a lot of it was just done by a very skeleton crew. At some point, he was in Canada working on Spider-Man, and he had to because there was like legal disputes between the different production companies, and he was working on the production under the nose of like all the studios involved, a warrant was out for his arrest, and he had to, with like hands full of production materials and animation cells, escape on a bus. He sent his assistant on to the airport with his luggage to throw the cops off his trail. He was a fugitive of the law while making the Spider-Man show. What a fucking career.
He's also just pumping out jobs for companies like Coca-Cola. He does a gig for Encyclopedia Britannica, if you remember that, before the internet came and completely destroyed that entire industry. And none of this stuff was fulfilling for him. And he gets to work on a story set in New York City, a personal work with heavy pinball imagery about a young cartoonist combining magical realism with harsh urban life called Heavy Traffic. This was meant to be his first feature film. The problem is he's too much of a newbie in the game. No studios are willing to back this project. They can't trust that he'll be able to get anything out the door. So Bakshi, heavily inspired by what was going on in the underground comic scene at the time, discovers his next project as he says,
buddy.
the underground cartoon explosion showed me the way, that animation, like everything else, has got to grow up. And he really enjoyed the works of Robert Crumb, and he discovers Fritz the Cat at the East Side Bookstore on the famous street in NYC, St. Mark's Place, which is still this counterculture. Although it's a bit more Disney-fied than it used to be, it's still this interesting counterculture just set of blocks that you can go down even now. It's definitely, you can feel the history of that. Bakshi took the book to his producer partner, Stephen Krantz. That is an important name to remember for this next bit of story. He'd been working with him on the Spider-Man TV show, and together they approached R. Crumb for the rights. It was said that he was impressed with Ralph's ability to adapt his work, and in exchange for $25K, he signed over the rights to make the film. Crumb denies this, claiming he never gave the two the rights, and it does seem that the rights were taken care of via Crumb's wife at the time, who used power of attorney. But it's a very complicated situation when it comes to the money exchange, the rights of it, and we all know, especially if you listen to the R. Crumb episode, R. Crumb hates the film adaptation of Fritz the Cat. Very, very upset with what happened with his creation. But on a budget of $850,000 via Warner Brothers, Bakshi had to cut a lot of corners to get the movie finished. And so There are several choppy moments in the film. There are the crowd scenes are a good example. This is when we kind of start to get into Bakshi's absolute ingenuity and ability to cut these massive corners to get stuff made. Krantz said this about the difficulty just getting the low budget that they got. He said, there has never been a project that was received with less enthusiasm. Animation is essentially a dirty word for distributors who think that only Disney can paint a tree. In addition to that, Fritz was so far out there that that there was a failure to understand that we were onto something very important. The low budget also amounted to not being able to hire enough checkers to make sure all the cells fit properly. Some of the cells for a desert scene weren't wide enough. They literally had to go back and hand paint cactuses to cover up the edges. This is the kind of stuff that Jake was alluding to when we talk about how everything is just like barely held together by a thread. And that feeling is, I think, one of the reasons why his movies are exciting, and that goes all the way through Cool World. I mean, Cool World is like, geez Louise, you're like, oh my God, this is just barely telling a story on the screen right now. Also, the low budget, also the film was mostly devoid of pencil tests. Can you just explain pencil tests, Jake?
Yeah, this is a very important part of the animation process. It's kind of what makes Disney and other major animation studio stuff so fluid, is that the animators will do everything, in pencil first and just kind of get a rough outline of how the timing and how the movement of each shot will work, and then they go in and ink it, and then they go in and paint it. If you just kind of go balls deep and just start drawing from the get-go, you're gonna get a lot of like very choppy things. Things won't move right. It won't line up with the background painters won't know where everything is.
No, Jake,
right.
he tested it by flipping an animator's drawings in his hand before inking and painting. So that was that. He made up for it, right?
I mean, you get what you pay for. That's all you gotta say.
Yeah, so you definitely, that's why you get a lot of these effects had to do with this novel approach, which he continues to do through like the next several movies he makes, by the way, the absolute absence of pencil tests. Bakshi strove to create with his animation a sort of combination between live action sensibilities and old school cartooning. He said, my approach to animation as a director is live action. I don't approach it in the traditional animation ways. None of our characters get up and sing because that's not the type of picture I'm trying to do. I want people to believe my characters are real, and it's hard to believe they're real if they start walking down the street singing. This is also when he incorporates the first approach that I think, again, people find to be really fascinating. For backgrounds, Bakshi and his background artist, Johnny Vita, walked around different areas of New York City and took photos that they inked the outlines of onto cells, which was such a unique approach at the time. And again, a great way to cut costs that also just, yeah, exactly, accidentally becomes this really fascinating, like, unique looking animation approach that was quite novel for the time. And he, again, for Fritz the Cat, is the first time he starts taking actual recordings of real conversations and animating around those from actual just people talking like in a bar. Now, this is when the X rating comes in. This was at the time, kind of like, I remember when the movie Kids had an NC-17 rating and how that was just considered death for a movie release, and this was very similar with the X rating back at this time, and it was, what's funny is they really leaned into it. Like, I think what's his name, the crazy producer that he worked with, Krantz, he, the movie's advertising had slogans like 90 minutes of violence, excitement, and sex. He's X-rated and animated, and also it's rated X for a reason, baby. It was all like definitely saying like, hey, this is going to be shocking, this is going to be wild, and for an animated feature at the time, that was especially unique. And some attribute that the film's success, albeit with the X rating, to another release of an X-rated film at the time, Stanley Kubrick's A Clockwork Orange, that almost like paved the way. It said art films can have that rating and still do well in the box office or be appreciated by a general audience. It seemed to kind of pave the way in this interesting way. So this movie comes out in 1972. and it becomes the most successful independent animated film of its time. It does surprisingly well in the box office, putting Bakshi's name in the map as a dude who can make big profit on a small budget. And I think I recommend it, but it's like, just know what you're getting into. It's incredibly of its time. It's hard to recommend it in 2022. It's a lot easier to recommend it in, you know, the year 1999, you know?
Yeah.
It just, there's so much poor treatment of race and counterculture and women and just kind of everything.
If you just want to know what your dad, like what the inside of your dad's mind looked like, you can
for sure.
It serves a very interesting purpose now as a piece of just psychotropic paleontology.
Yeah, for sure. It's like, it's all, if they cut away certain things from it, it would actually, I think it would be this like really would hold up in certain ways, but there's just a lot of gnarly parts. It's surprisingly dark and just very upsetting, especially by the end. It just kind of starts one way and leans more and more and more into the more serious, heavy, violent, scary elements of it.
I mean, the scene where I believe it's Duke, one of the Crow characters, just like bleeding out on the hood of a car, is brutal. There's like it hits so hard.
And yes, it is like, and there are crows that represent like the African American, like Harlem.
It's good enough for Dumbo.
Exactly. It definitely leans into that, and he's going to lean into that even more in Coonskin, which we're about to get to. But before we do, we have to mention Heavy Traffic, that movie he had wanted to make initially. He is able to make that after the success of Fritz the Cat, which was huge in the box office, did really, really well. And Heavy Traffic is his Penny Arcade-inspired film that we talked about. During this time, by the way, Bakshi and Krantz are fighting over money.
Oh, yeah.
Bakshi felt Krantz was ripping him off. And I think he was. It seems like he was like, it didn't really make any money. I don't know what you're talking about. And he was like, you just bought a BMW. I know what's happening here. At one point, Krantz locks Bakshi out of the office and won't let him back in. But the other backers for the next movie they're trying to make are like, we don't want to work with you. We want to work with Bakshi. He becomes this minor celebrity as well. He's in talks with people like Scorsese and Coppola and George Lucas. He's in the mix with all these like very highfalutin Hollywood.
New Hollywood specifically.
New Hollywood, yeah. That whole wave was happening right around now, and that's really what made Fritz the Cat such a success. It was lumped in with all of these other films that were coming out at the time, like Mean Streets and The Godfather and everything like that. That was just completely changing the face of Hollywood, and he was definitely living the high life, but he wasn't killing it financially at this point, which is kind of interesting, and that's a lot because of his scrapping with Krantz. Heavy Traffic again proved to be a success. Bakshi now had notoriety as the first person since Walt Disney to have 2 box office success animated films back to back, which is kind of another wild factoid that gives you a little perspective on like why he was such a huge deal at the time. And now Bakshi is considered the anti-Disney guy as well, making films with sex, drugs, and filthy dialogue. And his next picture would be no different. And it would probably be the first time people started really looking at his work and maybe not being so hot on it. It was intended as an attack on racial prejudices and stereotypes. However, the merit of that, of course, has been debated in the film Coonskin. In the film, he went after stereotypes. He goes after white racists. He focuses a lot of his attacks on the mafia, actually, because he did feel that they had been far too glorified up to that point because of the movie The Godfather. And though we did hire a lot of African-American animators to work on the film, including Brenda Banks, the first African-American female animator, and he had a cast including Scott McBrothers and Barry White, among others, the results are mixed, to say the least. The Congress of Racial Equality protested the film, calling it racist, along with other groups out there. Jake,
this is apocryphal,
what's going
but
on?
I think at one point, one of the groups that was protesting, got a screening of the movie and said like, okay, it's actually like kind of there's merit, like it's not, like we get what you're trying to do, but dude, we're not gonna like we're not gonna approve of it, but we'll stop like going after it so hard.
By the way, wasn't it the NAACP that supported it? I mean,
Yeah.
it wasn't all like decried. Like there was a very mixed conversation going on about the merits of that movie, and I do believe he had the best of intentions. It's just like he would never have made that movie, you know, even 10 years later, much less 20 or 30, you know, much less in 2022. It's just not. It's, you know, we all know now that like a non-African American guy, you know, playing off of like deep stereotypes and, you know, including like the whole Uncle Remus thing.
Oh yeah, Brer Rabbit, Brer Bear, all these.
You can learn more about the Uncle Remus thing in our Song of the South, or rather our Splash Mountain episode. But yeah, it's just I think I do think the
There's
intention
also
for
a
was very mishandled.
lot of very problematic portrayals of gay people and queer people and trans people in this movie. Like, and to the point where if images of violence against like kind of marginalized people is upsetting, this is not the movie for you, because there is a lot of very brutal violence, which, you know, is they're trying. It is a brutal, violent society that Bakshi is commenting on.
Yeah.
But it's just.
Hey, it's fucking New York City in the 70s, dude. I mean, there was so much tension happening between every different group you could think of. There was so much fucking violence. You know, the especially like the Summer of Sam and everything. I mean, it was just an intense time to be there, and I think he did represent it to a certain degree, but you know, it's just stuff that does not talk about something that don't hold up. But that didn't really hold up back then. This was the first downward turn. You know, his next intended release was Hey Good Lookin'. It was about the neighborhood he grew up in Brooklyn in the 1950s, and it had an even more bizarre mixture of live action and animation. But after the backlash from Coonskin, Warner Brothers became hesitant to release it, so they shelved it until Bakshi was able to release it himself several years later with his own money. And this was actually all of the controversy surrounding that film was why he ends up making Wizards in the late 70s. He finally wanted, he's just like, I don't want to be this provocateur, animated, anti-Disney guy anymore. I want to create something younger audiences could enjoy, which is hilarious because it's covered in Hitler imagery.
Oh,
but,
Hitler imagery, visible fairy nipples, guns, blood, like everything possible. The quote I love is when talking about at the time titled War Wizards, which I'll just say it. His chummy relationship with George Lucas. Lucas was like, "Hey, could you do just Wizards?" And Ralph Bakshi was like, "I don't know." And George was like, "I'll have Mark Hamill do a voice in the movie." And Bakshi was like, "Sold, Wizards."
Yeah.
This is Bakshi saying, "My city films were being roadblocked from theaters. I wanted to go back into all the fantasy drawings I was doing in high school," which is true. "I wanted to prove that Ralph Bakshi wasn't all sex and drugs, that I could bring the same impact to something PG." And holy shit, the idea that Wizards is a PG movie is
well, it's a 70s PG. I mean, let's get, you know, but you're so right. It's a hard PG. It is, it's a lot for sure, but still way less intense than his last few films. You can at least admit that.
It's still pretty fucking intense.
And you know, it was his homage to Tolkien, actually, but in the American idiom. That's his words. I had read Tolkien, understood Tolkien, and wanted to do a sort of fantasy for American kids, and that was Wizards, and I love it very much. And you know, I think this film again has a limited release, does really well in the box office for what it was, and you know, just again proved that he could scrape stuff together. In this film too, by the way, is when he really turns hard to rotoscoping, which I think is something that again is what makes Jake not like love a lot of his stuff, right? His heavy use of rotoscoping.
Well, okay, so whenever you see stuff that looks like it was filmed in a cartoon, you're like, oh, that's rotoscoping. Where in this movie, because pencil mileage is a term in animation, that like the more actual physical things you have to draw, the harder it is to animate, the more time it takes, the more expensive it is. And so if you're doing a Tolkien-like thing with like giant battle scenes with tons of like moving parts and individual warriors all running around, it's almost impossible to do. Or if you are going to do it, you're going to go way over budget. So he does what he always does. He finds a workaround, and so he takes like a mixture of people in costumes just running around and just old World War II footage, like actual newsreel footage of like tanks and bombers, and just kind of overlays it over the action, cranks up the contrast so that you know, which they had to do in camera, and it all just isn't effective. Like in theory, if you just, you know, you're supposed to just be like, yeah, it's all a cartoon, but it just takes me so out of it. And the fact that he kind of doubles down on that technique for Lord of the Rings is just all the weirder.
Oh, yeah, which we're about to get into. I will say those rotoscope scenes were from different movies that he used the battle scenes for and animated over them, such as the 1938 Soviet historical drama Alexander Nevsky, as well as Zulu, El Cid, Battle of the Bulge. I mostly bring this up because he actually invented like a whole new way of doing rotoscoping, utilizing the new IBM industrial size photocopier. It would have taken $3 million originally at that time to do what he was doing, but using this photocopier was like a penny a copy to create large scale versions of these different film cells, film frames. So it was very fascinating with that. But yeah, after Wizards, Baxi said, I'm sitting in my office and I read that United Artists was going to make Lord of the Rings as a live-action picture written and directed by John Borman, but they were going to condense 3 books into 1 picture and add extra characters to make it work. For a Tolkien fan, I thought that was the stupidest thing I'd heard in my fucking life. You can't squeeze those 3 books into 1 picture unless you're making a Roger Corman film. So in Bakshi fashion, he literally just shows up at the offices, demands that he gets to take over the project and make it an animated thing and make it 3 movies, and they just sort of say yeah. He gets MGM to back it, and but then the exec replaces him. It falls through. Then he pulls in a different producer, and this is kind of when things get really messy. This is essentially when he finally, you know, he had amazing luck and amazing, an amazing work ethic too, and like I said, ingenuity to get to the point where he could create these like stitched together, I can't believe he got this out the door film projects that ended up being box office successes. This is the first time where he actually kind of gets shown how it can all fall apart. He said, I nearly died. It was the hardest thing I had to do in my life. I didn't have the budget for producers. As I was shooting the picture live action in Spain, I was running the company on the phone through my secretary and my production manager. I didn't get much sleep. It was the hardest thing I ever had to do, but the animators loved me, and I had tremendous support on all my films from these guys because they loved what they were doing and they knew what I was trying to do. They held it together.
So that's the thing, is this movie was going to be all rotoscope. That was his, like, that was... you're going to take footage of real actors doing the scenes and you're going to animate over them, which seems like a cheaper and more streamlined way to produce fluid kind of high quality animation. But in reality, what you've done is you've set up a scenario where you now have to make 2 movies. You have to film the entire thing in live action, and then you have to animate over it, which itself takes as long as just making the movie in the first place.
Well, and he also had actors, he had voice actors in a different part of the world recording the dialogue, and then the physical actors had to hear the tape of the recorded actors and lip sync to. It was just so overcomplicated.
John Hurt is amazing as Aragorn, I will say that much. His stand-up performance. Bakshi tells a tale probably apocryphal, because like I said, he's a little bit of a flim-flam zim-zam man. There was so much weird crap in the background, like telephone poles and just loose pieces of garbage, that the Spanish film crew almost destroyed the master shots because they thought that it would look bad for Spanish filmmaking, that such a shoddy movie was being produced by them.
Yeah, it's kind of nuts, man. And this whole project was just like such a shit show. The final nail in the coffin came during the editing process. Bakshi said, I wanted 3 or 4 more months for editing. I was exhausted. I was tired. I was burnt out from Spain and shooting, and I didn't want to make the deadline, which was right before Christmas. What you're looking at is the first rough try on my part. So I had a big fight with the studio to buy more time. We can't. We've got the theaters booked. We've got the popcorn in the theaters. You know, that bullshit. So that was the first blow. The second blow was when I handed it in a week before release, what we used to call wet prints, to the theater. They showed me the advertising campaign, and I said, where's the part one? And that's when I found out. Because if most people know, the weirdest part about this film, The Lord of the Rings, is that it just ends with the Battle of Helm's Deep, and then literally like a narrator just goes, and that's the story of the Lord of the Rings, which made Tolkien fans, Lord of the Rings fans, absolutely furious, because of course they know there's a whole lot more shit that goes down after that.
Not only that, but the rights to J.R.R. Tolkien was a shit show in America for the longest time because of, like, on a technicality, the original publishers, like, didn't actually produce the books in America, and that, like, affects the timing. So things were all over the place. Mass was making their Hobbit, and it was also animated, and people were, like, suing each other back and forth on whether or not it was, like, too close and whether it was, like, a violation of copyright there. And just to add to the buttfuckery, Rankin Bass then released Return of the King, using Bakshi's movie as kind of the de facto middle point between the Hobbit, their Hobbit, and their Return of the King movie. It's the entire saga.
So
of
weird.
The animated Lord of the Rings could be its own episode.
Afterwards, too, they did want Bakshi to make a part 2, and he just was like, I don't have time for this shit. This made me miserable. I hate working for you guys. I'm walking away. And he was just like, I had a good quote from him that I didn't put down, but he was literally just like, it was just a different time back then. You know, if you felt disrespected and you felt stomped on, you just fucking said fuck you, and you walked away. And in a way, I can appreciate that. But it did leave such a weird, like, for any Lord of the Rings fan, the whole animated film aspect, outside of the Rankin Bass Hobbit, which is fantastic, is just so befuddling. Like, but I will say, I'm kind of glad still that he stepped in and this happened, because if they had made a live-action Lord of the Rings, I don't know if we would have gotten Peter Jackson's version all those years later. I think the weird, it being an animated film and not even the whole thing and all this kind of stuff almost helped us get the real, you know, the powerful Lord of the Rings that we got in the theaters years and years later. And apparently Peter Jackson was heavily inspired by that animated film that Bakshi put out.
You can find on YouTube compilations where people, like, there are shot similarities that, like, you know, even if unconsciously, like, how Peter Jackson saw these stories in his mind was influenced by that movie.
For sure. So yeah, that's the whole shit show that is Lord of the Rings. That's definitely not the last time Bakshi has a horrific experience with studios and decides that that is never the way to go. We'll get to Cool World in just a second, but first I do want to highlight American Pop. I do think that this actually is his high watermark after viewing it a little while ago. He wanted to turn inward with his next project, make something really personal. That is what American Pop is. It follows 4 generations of a Russian-Jewish immigrant family of musicians. It also shows the evolution of American pop music through the years. I mean, it's heavily rotoscoped, and so if you bounce off of that, you just still might not love it. But I think it is absolutely gorgeous, and I just love the flow of it. I love the tones of it. There's this vibe to it with the different songs you use. It's also, by the way, we're talking about a soundtrack. Miles Davis, Janis Joplin, The Doors, George Gershwin, The Mamas and the Papas, Herbie Hancock, Lou Reed. I mean, there's so many. Lou Reed. There's so many incredible songs that make up this movie. That is almost a musical. I mean, it's just constant, beautiful music thrown at you through all these different generations. And also a lot of, you know, it's kind of funny as we get to Cool World, and my God, does he love dancing ladies. This movie has a great fair share of that as well, but dancing dudes as well. So, you know, and I think the rotoscope, unlike maybe in a Wizards or Lord of the Rings, I think the rotoscoping really does a service to a movie like this, because we want to see those authentic dance numbers, and we want to see musicians like really playing music in front of us in a way that it would be hard to get across without any rotoscoping. So I think that shines through better because of what the movie's all about. And yeah, I highly recommend that. I really do. I think that is some of his strongest stuff, at least that I've experienced. I haven't watched all these movies that we've been talking about, but I really enjoyed that one.
He also made Fire and Ice with Frank Frazetta. Moving on.
Yeah, that one's kind of what right? It's just it's
a
Conan
Frank
the Barbarian.
Frazetta painting, but a movie.
Yeah. Again, heavy rotoscoping. Frank Frazetta, of course, the godfather of fantasy art, and it's would you even recommend that? Have you seen that one?
I saw clips of it, and I was like, I've had too much backseat. I got to move on.
Yeah. It seems like it's kind of a blip in terms of his, but maybe someone could state, hey, this was actually one of his better works. But I will say, after Fire and Ice, which again I think did surprisingly well in the box office. American Pop also did surprisingly well in the box office. This guy just keeps putting stuff out that you would never think would be a success in the theater, and it's just maybe just because it's animated, because it's unique and like nothing else, and there's just not a lot for people to appreciate and enjoy when it comes to animated features, especially at this point. There's really just Disney and not a whole lot else, but either way, he's crushing it. I mean, shouldn't even make up excuses for it. It's just he brings people into the theater. He's talented in that way. And after that, after Fire and Ice and American Pop, throughout the 80s, he mostly worked on projects that fell through. He tried to adapt Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. He tried to adapt Catcher in the Rye, but of course J.D. Salinger put his foot down on that one. He also, during this time, ends up being a mentor to future Ren and Stimpy creator John Kricfalusi, whose name I sort of said. And then the 80s are rounded out with his return to television, and that would be with Mighty Mouse: The New Adventures.
So we covered a lot of this in the Ren and Stimpy episode, but it's a amazing story because, he was extremely burnt out by this time. All of these movies that he, by sheer force of will and bubblegum, got out the door. Gets the call. They want to do this kind of the Rolling Stones Harlem Shuffle, which involves a lot of kooky animated characters of urban black people, which is kind of, you gotta get backseat for that. And the music video earns tons of rewards. It does amazingly well. It puts his name back on the map, and so he starts taking calls again. And famously, on a call with CBS, he's pitching stuff, and he says, how about Mighty Mouse? He said he had the rights to Mighty Mouse and could do a new Mighty Mouse cartoon. He did not. He absolutely did not. He worked for Terry Toons, and so he just blurted out, because that was one of the most high-profile children's things he was attached to. And he immediately calls his assistant and is like, I'm screwed. I told him we had Mighty Mouse. What the fuck? Oh, fuck. We're so fucked. Turns out CBS had acquired the Terry Toons library in, 1955.
It just starts to make me mad after a while. It's just so hard. I've never been able to get a project off the ground like this, and he just seems to fuck it.
Have you tried lying through your teeth and then having God himself solve the problems for you time and time again? The Mighty Mouse cartoon gives birth to tons of future stars. Bruce Timm, the co-creator of Batman the Animated Series. Andrew Stanton, the director of Finding Nemo and WALL-E. Who else? What's her name? What's her fucking name? She co-directed Shrek.
Shrekina. I think it's Linda Shrekina.
It's not Shrekina. I know for a fact it's not. Vicky Jensen. There we go.
I was way off.
A whole new era, a whole new class of animation geniuses who had nowhere else to go besides Bakshi's weird ramshackle operation. And so, on the back of the success of Mighty Mouse, which then unfortunately gets into trouble because of a scene in which Mighty Mouse snorts a flower like it's cocaine. He sells a movie. And it's a great little movie. It's going to be the first fully animated horror film about a cartoonist who has sex with one of his creations, an animated woman, and the half-human, half-animated daughter of his, who was banished to the realm of cartoons, finds her way back to the real world and goes on a killing spree using the assorted devices of classic anime cartoon character, your mallets, your anvils, and goes on a killing spree of revenge. I believe the character's name was Debbie Dallas, just for extra horny points. And the pitch is bought.
This is when things get. I guess this is real, is what I'll preface this quote with. This is from Bakshi. It was a real horror film. I'll back it up a little bit more, actually. So I was discussing the problems that a lot of men seem to have with their fathers. It was a real horror film, but the metaphor was basically, why don't we understand our fathers, and why do we become the worst of our fathers? And I'm going on the set to shoot it. This is a true story. And Frank Mancuso Jr., who was put on the picture as producer, and Frank Mancuso Sr., who put him on since he ran Paramount Pictures, had written a screenplay in secret. And I was handed a new script on the set. And the guy who did it, I blocked his name, but he's got screen credit now for writing the script. I ran into him and asked him, how could he ever have done that? How could he ever write a picture for a director and not tell the director, you know? So that's what happened on Cool World. An R-rated horror film turned into a PG.
Okay.
What the fuck?
So, Screen Rant, or no, I'm sorry. What Screen Rant? What am I saying? This was Slash Film. How could I get those two very different websites confused? Actually interviewed that writer, Michael Grace, and had for his side of the story, and he says Frank Mancuso Jr., whose name actually came up in our Friday the 13th episode. The legend goes that, like, he wanted to get out of the horror ghetto, which during this time in the 90s, the slasher was not in a good place. Like, we didn't get to Scream yet, and it wasn't, like, reinvigorated. So Michael Grace, his agent calls and says, talk to Mancuso Jr. They went to see Mancuso Jr., and he said, look, I got Ralph Bakshi, and he wants to do this live action horror thing. We don't know what. He doesn't have an idea of what it's going to be. I don't have an idea what it's going to be. You guys come back with an idea, and we'll pitch it to Ralph and see what happens. So I knew Ralph Bakshi's work. This is still Michael Grace. I'd seen all his work. I knew exactly where his taste was. So we came up with a story about a tattoo artist who was in jail for killing his wife, or maybe it was killing his neighbor, and became famous for creating these tattoo people in a comic book called Cool World. He gets released from prison, and anyway, we pitched that to Bakshi and Mancuso, and Bakshi stood up, raises his arms, and says, you're my guys, you're on, and that's how we got the job.
Man, what in the world?
The reporter for Slash Film then goes, that's interesting, because on the internet, Bakshi says the script went behind his back, and Mancuso hired you guys.
Went behind his Bakshi.
And Bakshi was furious and tried to punch you. And Grace says, that's all a lie. I've read it too. Every part of that is a lie. He and Mancuso were friends. They got along really well. Nobody was punched. There was never an argument between them. So there was like tons of actually Grace, who knows, later in the interview, Grace really gets into like, he talks about Bakshi being crazy. Grace says, we called him the human stain because wherever he went, literally, he left a stain. Whether it was cigarettes or whatever he was eating or drinking, he always left a stain. He says that he was disappointed because the changes in their script that kind of made things go all over the place. And whether or not any of, like, I don't know where the truth lies, but the just insane race to the finish of this movie, the sets that you described, which were like really incredible.
So weird. Honestly, I kind of thought that was some of the cooler stuff, even though they were all, it was like cardboard thin, like high school play type sets, but real twisted and weird. Kind of almost gave me like a Tim Burton vibe a little bit.
A lot of that was the work of artist Barry Jackson, and one of the workarounds was, instead of doing the expensive green screen stuff, and a lot of the composition that would be required for something like the Roger Rabbit effect, they just like had Jackson create these original sets of 2D elements kind of propped up so that it was like flat paintings set up within a 3D space for like the feeling of depth, which Bakshi claims is just so that the actors could have a better understanding of everything. Barry Jackson, the set designer who did a lot of the background paintings as well, especially like those cool twisted buildings with faces that I know you remember. When we got the green light, they said I had to design 13 live-action sets in 3 months. The producer asked me if it was indeed possible, and before I could say, no, that's not possible, Ralph covered my mouth and said, of course he can. I worked day and night with a small crew for 3 months to get it done. And after that, we spent another 18 months in post painting matte shots and blue screen shots.
Yeah, the whole thing feels so stitched together, and honestly, it's funny how it really just makes me admire Who Framed Roger Rabbit so much more, because like you can see it in every interaction that like an animation has with a human or with a real world object. It's so not seamless in the way that Who Framed Roger Rabbit is, which I want to throw it out here for context. Who Framed Roger Rabbit came out in 1988, and this film came out in 1992. It needs to be said because my big takeaway from watching Cool World last night was, holy shit, it seems like there was a Cool World counterpart to everything in Who Framed Roger Rabbit. The spider guy was kind of Roger Rabbit. The baby, you have a precocious like baby that smokes a cigar and talks like an adult. You have the Mayan type character with it in the gang with them as well. Even Brad Pitt, for some reason, becomes like a detective when he enters the Cool World space. And even though he wasn't that, like in the real world, there was just so many one-to-ones.
Taking credit for Brad Pitt's career through this movie. According to him, he literally, Mancuso was pushing to get rid of Brad Pitt because he was such an unknown at the time and wouldn't be able to carry the film. Looking at he's very rough around the edges in this performance. Like, it's clear, it takes a lot of experience and skill to actually make someone surrounded by a bunch of fake bullshit believable, and I don't know if Brad Pitt was up to the task. Supposedly, in an effort to keep Pitt in the movie, Ralph compromised and ditched who he originally cast as Hollywood, Drew Barrymore, instead getting the much more box office bankable Kim Basinger at the time, which, by the way, ha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha.
Ha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. For sure. Also, too, the Kim Basinger, the Hollywood character, a one-to-one to Jessica Rabbit. She also is a nightclub singer that also has, like, awooga wolves surrounding her at every turn. I was just so shocked at how much it resembled. Like, to the point where I was like, was he just trying to do, and it's all convoluted now because all these stories contradict each other, but in my head, was he just trying to do the same thing he'd been known for before as the anti-Disney guy? He wanted to make, like, the anti-Who Framed Roger Rabbit. I think my biggest knock on the movie isn't, like, all of the stitched together elements that we've been talking about. It's just how fucking idiotically similar it is to Who Framed Roger Rabbit, to such like an eye-rolly way of just like, man, everything had a counterpart. Like, you could point to everything in Roger Rabbit and point to the counterpart in Cool World.
No, because we talked about bumping the lamp in Who Framed Roger Rabbit, that there are so many things meticulously done that, like, for just the sake of fidelity and the illusion of the film, that required so much effort and so much just like back-breaking, detail-oriented focus that is not present here. Animators on Cool World that were working for Bakshi basically were told, like, fuck the script, fuck whatever, just make a little zany thing and we'll put it in the movie. And so half the movie just has some, like, nonsensical, non sequitur bullshit just kind of flying through the scene with no, like, sense of gravity or space within what happens. It's like they literally just showed cartoons on a TV in the scene as if nothing was happening.
It's wild.
It's such a... I cannot stress it. When watching this movie with the Sunday Study Group, by the way, go to patreon.com/WizBrew to find out how you can join our weekly streams where we watch, talk, and engage with future topics.
I was out for this one, which is not a usual occurrence, but I was traveling during this one, and watching it last night, I was like, I bet that was fucking awkward.
We had a
so
running
weird
tally.
horniness
We had buttons where we would hit it if it was something that was supposed to be sexy but is actually fucked up and very unsettling. Ding. Something like a non sequitur piece of animation that totally distracts from the scene. Ding. Horrible composition work that makes the animation and live action look like they were filmed on two separate, like, dimensions of reality. Ding.
That
like,
happens.
just scores and scores of dings throughout this movie, but it was like it was Bakshi's like highest budget picture. And oh god, now I'm just having flashbacks of the weird sex scene.
And if you're upset with us for like taking any kind of shit on this movie, I will also back that up with like he hates this movie. He thinks that this was another studio disaster, that he just proved his point that he should not be making movies through the studio system.
I mean, the ending is almost a giant fuck you. It just goes off. Like Gabriel Byrne's character just becomes a Superman and just shit flies off the rails.
Yeah. It just becomes so crazy.
Although in an interview with Pulse magazine in 1992, Bakshi described the premise of Cool World as a metaphor for the AIDS epidemic. The conundrum of humanoid/noid characters who are not allowed to have sex with cartoons/doodles was meant to reflect the relationship problems faced by people in the AIDS generation.
Right, even the part where they call it doodles, whereas in Who Framed Roger Rabbit, it's tunes, right? And just the whole thing was like, there's a whole nother world you got to go through a portal for. But the whole difference was in storytelling. I mean, and that's my biggest problem, even more than all the animation stuff you're talking about and the weird horniness. The storytelling is so bizarre and poor in this
storytelling?
movie.
The rules change
like,
on a dime. The stakes
it's so
change.
weird, and they don't explain anything. They don't explain like how he ends up, you know. Whereas in Who Framed Roger Rabbit, I think one of the best parts about it is it's this airtight, amazing storytelling surrounding a very ridiculous premise, but everything has a purpose and a reason for existing, and none of that comes through. It just feels so random in Cool World, where you're and you can connect there's just a lot of dot connecting. Like you can get there with it. It's not like I'm totally just don't know what's going on in the movie, but you have to. There's constant dot connecting. There's never you know, an attempt to tell a cohesive story. You're like, oh, okay, I guess this is this because of this. I mean, even just the whole like weird mad scientist.
Oh, who shows up in one of the first scenes and then disappears.
And then just like, it disappears right. And even in my head, I was giving notes. I was like, why not make the weird spider guy, combine that with the mad scientist character? It's kind of right there, right in front of you, because then the spider guy, who kind of is like the Roger Rabbit of the movie, in my opinion, he comes out of nowhere, and you're just supposed to accept that he's like close buddies with Brad Pitt's character, and it just makes fucking no sense at all. Like, you're like, what is this guy? Where does this character come from? We're like 2/3 of the way through the movie, and now I have to like accept that it's a buddy cop movie all of a sudden.
Well, no Roger Rabbit indeed, because Roger Ebert, one of our favorite go-tos of the era movie reviews, claimed that the film missed one opportunity after another. It is a surprisingly incompetent film. Leonard Maltin said this film was too serious to be fun, too goofy to be taken seriously.
Yeah, I agree with that take. That's a good take. And at the same time, it's also one of those movies where I'm like, but watch it. It's crazy. I don't know. I mean, it's one of those 90s ass 90 movies where it's just like, but you gotta watch it. It's so nuts. You have to see this thing. It's just such a crazy conundrum, and it will be a fascination for you, you know. And I hope I'm not upsetting it, because I think there are some people out there who really like have a good big love for this movie.
It is an essential part of the 90s weird nostalgia landscape. I mean, the soundtrack had an original song by David Bowie called like Real Cool World that is very, very haunting, very good. You know, it was his first original track in years. It has songs by Moby, The Future Sound of London, and Ministry. It's like a very like grindy EDM feel. Like, it's a very cool soundtrack. The posters were everywhere. They were advertised in comic books all the time. And there was a giant controversy when Paramount put up a giant-sized Hollywood in her little white getup over the Hollywood sign, and caused massive protests for the overly sexual lady that was gracing a national landmark.
It's so weird. Just to give you an example of like what this is as a fever dream, like I genuinely thought I never actually watched it before. And last night when I put it on, I realized, oh no, I've definitely not only watched this, I think I've watched this multiple times, and I've just sort of blocked it out. And I was only remembering every scene as it would happen in front of me. I was like, oh my God, I remember this scene. Oh yeah, this weird scene with the baby pissing on the police officers in the chase, and then this weird ass scene where Kim Basinger's character, who turns into a real lady, starts turning into this like clown woman at the nightclub all of a sudden. It's just wall to wall.
I like how every character for the first 40 minutes can't stop talking about how whatever you do, don't nut in this drawing.
Yes. So strange. All right, well, let's move off of it and conclude this episode.
Well, obviously, the Amiga game we got to talk about.
Yeah, the last big work from Bakshi after a semi-retirement was actually due to his son, Edward, who showed him how Kickstarter worked. And they very quickly were able to crowdfund his last film, which is called Last Days of Coney Island. Bakshi said, "It turned out to be the best time I've had in my life. A 77-year-old man fully working on animation, in-betweens, backgrounds, layouts, character design, and everything else. That's the kind of work I did when I first began working at Terry Toons, before I started to direct. The Mighty Heroes back in the 60s. So making Last Days of Coney Island was like going back home as an animator, and I can't tell you how much I love that. It was a hard thing to do, especially in the in-betweens, but luckily I learned from a lot of great animators like Jim Tyre. I was able to have a conversation with them, though they are gone now, through my drawings. It took 2.5 years, but I'm happy it got done."
It is a very rough film.
Yeah.
Very expression. It's almost told more so as kind of like animatics than a fully animated feature. But for anybody who is down with Bakshi's vibe, you will appreciate it. And then he kind of just has been spending his retirement years as a painter, and his paintings are colorful and have a wide variety of subjects and inspirations and medias. I actually love his work as a painter.
Those quotes about him being obsessed with the paint in his apartment growing up as a kid, and how it was painted over and painted over and painted over, and the way the colors came out of that. That was actually an interview of him talking about his current work as a painter, and you see that in his work. It looks like even buildings I stayed in, that kind of approach to repainting the shit out of an apartment, and that weird, flaky, visceral, just inner city kind of feeling to his work. It's really, really cool. I appreciate it as well. And I think he's also really happy with the way his career went in a lot of ways, and how he's appreciated now. He said, "I like what Kerouac said. If you live long enough, you get rediscovered. My films still speak to a new generation of disaffected young people. But you tell me why the studios won't buy a movie from me. I can make a low-budget film and make a profit for a movie company. I have my own fans that aren't dead. I have young fans, and word of mouth. I don't feel bad at all." And I have a final quote. Do you have anything else you want to say?
Nothing but respect for this man. I will continue flinging my own turds from the bottom of a pit where I have made nothing and created nothing, and still just be like, it feels like the shadow masking is off.
Yeah, totally agree. And I mean, he speaks towards that as well. He'd agree with you on a lot of that stuff as well, honestly, Jake.
Yeah.
And I do really appreciate his works. Check out American Pop. And definitely, if you've never seen it, just from a fascination sense, Fritz the Cat, Cool World even. But this is what he had to say, and Wizards. This is what he had to say about his own work. "I am as sloppy as a Jackson Pollock painting. I am as sloppy as a Francis Bacon painting. I'm about what I am saying, and unless animators think that what they are saying is as important as what they are moving, then we're going to have this endless repetition of Toy Story 12. I'm serious. You can point at my lines or my colors or my sloppy in-betweens, but it's all bullshit. At the end of my film, you're going to feel something."
Often
There you go.
confusion. And
All
maybe
right,
a little bit stained.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us for this episode of Wiz the Bruiser. If you'd like to support us further, patreon.com/WizBrew. For $5 a month, you get weekly bonus episodes. For $15 a month, you can join us for a Sunday study session, like when we awkwardly watched Cool World. And that's over on Discord.
I had a blast. It was a great time.
Patreon.com/WizBrew. Also, twitch.tv/HoldenatorsHo. I stream Monday through Friday, but enough about me. Let's talk about Puppet Jared.
Hey, do you like weird old cartoons? Maybe kind of like the ones we talked about? Do you like me picking them apart and getting frustrated by them? Then you will love the Cartoon Dumpster. Every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern, I, in the form of my VTuber avatar, Puppet Jared, spend a good chunk of time watching the weirdest, most bizarre, terrible cartoons from the 80s, 90s, and 2000s, along with a rambunctious community of equally enthusiastic weirdos. It's a very good time. Go to youtube.com/PuppetJared or twitch.tv/PuppetJared and come along and watch with me.
And hey, always remember, never stop bruising.
And keep on whizzing, man.
This show is made possible by listeners like you. Thanks to our ad sponsors, you can support our shows by supporting them. For more shows like the one you just listened to, go to lastpodcastnetwork.com.
Who speaks before me? May your steps be sure and your catch secure. Well now, you're certainly a surprise.
Yes. What is it you need? Next time I'll have even better ideas.
trinkets.
If you're after goods, I have plenty.
Perhaps you have a use for these things. Welcome, welcome. May your catch come.
What a nutty day of news, folks. I can't wait to get stuck in. White and grey items will soon be transmograble. I think I know what the release date of 10.0.5 is, and that isn't even the most exciting thing. So let's get stuck in. Chris Metzen has rejoined Blizzard. He has joined the Warcraft leadership team as a creative advisor. He is initially going to be focusing on World of Warcraft before he then expands his work out to other projects in the Warcraft franchise. Yeah, kind of crazy. I mean, Chris was there at the very start making this universe in 1994, the year of my birth. So hell yeah that he's back. Now, since Chris left the company, WoW's creative direction has been all over the place. His time toward the end was mostly occupied with Overwatch, and in his absence things were briskly led astray by creative director Alex Afrasabi, who, yeah, kind of led the whole burning of Teldrassil thing. Oh boy. It's actually quite telling that the Battle for Azeroth cinematic, the one that, like, was the, big reveal one, that was, like, the last thing Chris Metzen worked on before he left Blizzard, apparently. And it was the tone of WoW to a T. Very much unlike the actual BFA expansion. This was only just announced by WoW's general manager, Jonathan Haidt, so pretty exciting stuff. First, though, let's pay the bills with today's sponsor. NordVPN.com/Bellular Gaming. Today's sponsor is available at my link with an exclusive deal and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Plus, Nord actually do a lot more. Now, why would you want to get a VPN? Well, I mean, for me, it's obviously pretty simple. Often I want to watch some media content that is, funnily enough, not available in the UK. But I actually recently saw another example of this, you can almost call global arbitrage, where Tom Scott was able to save himself hundreds of pounds on rental cars. Because it turns out rental car providers can kind of extort you if you're renting in your destination country. So he just VPN'd back home and got the deal. So that's awesome, but also security and privacy. Your ISP will not know what sites you're using. They can't sell your browsing data to advertisers, nor can they prioritize some of the sites that you're using over others. Of course, they've also got Nord Locker for storage and Nord Pass for your passwords, which is such a time saver. Of course, their app and browser extension are all super easy for you to use, and you can get the exclusive offer at nordvpn.com/Bellular Gaming with a 30-day money-back guarantee. So, thanks to them for supporting our team for so long, and let's get into the video. My thoughts on Metzen then. Honestly, I'd say this is overall a good thing. I do not think that Metzen is going to be hardcore writing for World of Warcraft, but I do think that he's going to be there to perhaps ensure that Warcraft continues to be a brand that resonates with the sorts of audiences that it initially resonated with, right? Even just being able to bounce ideas off Chris Metzen, I think, will be a fairly high-value thing for the Warcraft team. At the end of the day, he pretty much created this IP, so he does know a fair bit about it. Now, Chris's previous role within Blizzard Entertainment was one that did cover many aspects of the company, right? So he was leading stuff in StarCraft 2. From the creative side, he had a major influence there. He had a major influence creatively, of course, on Project Titan. So there was a span of time where the likes of, say, Afrosabi actually were doing quite a lot within the World of Warcraft team, but still technically below Metzen when Metzen was involved in the failed successor MMO to World of Warcraft, Project Titan. That, of course, failed. It was cancelled. It was then reborn into Overwatch, which I imagine took up a fair amount of Metzen's time, considering it was from the ashes of what would be Blizzard's next big MMO. Overall, then, I think that, well, from what I've heard from talking to people, Afrosabi was truly getting a little bit off the rails with alcoholism and stuff. Obviously, there's harassment, etc. that was going on too. This was kind of reaching a real tipping point towards the in BFA. And of course, as we heard from Ian in the interview with Mike, with Preach, if a World of Warcraft expansion comes out now, the next World of Warcraft expansion is already in pre-production and will soon be entering full production. That does mean that with Afrosabi getting the boot in and around patch 9.1, he basically would have been there from the start of, well, from the very start, the very core, the essence of Shadowlands. This is not to put all the blame on him, though. I do think that you could have taken the clusterfuck that he left behind as creative director, and I do think you could have significantly done better with that than what was actually done with embarrassing characters like the Jailer and the entire complete self-defeating positioning of the Jailer being the end of the first book of Warcraft. Absolutely silly stuff, but if they are considering it to be the start of a new book of Warcraft, then I am bloody glad that the person who was involved in the very creation of this franchise is there, and that he is not going to be working on other Blizzard projects, that he is creative consultant for Warcraft, WoW specifically, and that's his whole job, so hopefully it will get his whole focus and not just be, you know, him and Steve having one email a week. But I don't get the impression it's that. Okay, big good stuff. 10.0.5 then, let's talk. Dragonflight's first patch is on the public test realm, as we covered in this previous video. It will include the new trading post system. Some people tell me it's a battle pass. If you think that, no. Have you played a game with a battle pass? I would say. Do you know what one actually operates like? They are a different thing. They're almost always a paid thing, where you basically have to grind up through all of the levels, and then there's a thing, an optional purchase called a tier skip, that lets you then skip through the tiers of the battle pass. So this does not work like that. It is a 100% unmonetized feature currently. I mean, beyond the obvious of having a WoW subscription, and it overall is a high effort thing for what it is. I mean, if you're going to call this a battle pass, then the Final Fantasy 15 like Moogle event thing would also count as a battle pass. So I don't know. Definitions. I think we should at least try to stay accurate with them. That being aside, though, there are some other new features that are great. First up, white and grey gear can be transmogged, and it will be made bind on equip, which does mean that if you, oh my god, what a money-making opportunity. I assume this will just be the new ones that drop will be BOE, and that you probably couldn't start to hoard them now. If you could start to hoard them now, that would be pretty damn wild, and certainly lots of people will be working out farming locations and things like that for these pieces of gear. Overall, this is fantastic for people who want to have less of a high-key transmog, which is good. You know, you look at a Stormwind Soldier, a Stormwind Citizen, and then you look at some, you know, glowing, fiery Christmas tree of a character. That's not what some people want. Also, enchant illusions can now be applied to artifact weapons, and Warlords of Draenor crafted item appearances are back in the game. Yes, thankfully. You can purchase recipes for optional reagents for each profession from the vendors in your garrison or ashran using secrets of whatever your profession is tomes. Then these can be used during crafting, and when they are, they will change the appearance of the well-crafted gear, giving you some options. So that's awesome. There's also a new toy, the reusable oversized bobber. You get this by catching 100 with the oversized bobber, so basically I guess it just lets you perma have that. I'm fairly sure though that the new interactivity works with fishing, so that would be big and people can use that right now. There's also a massive set of class changes, too many to cover in this video, honestly. We will do a TLDR with some insight from members of our team who play each of the impacted classes in fairly short order. My TLDR opinion though is it is really nice to see this amount of response to class feedback so quick. It truly is in a way that we have not generally seen in recent expansions. Okay, the trading post then. It has a bunch of new items. This is interesting. So these include the Azure Scale Sworn Longbow for 200, an Operative's Bandolier for 250, Shard of Frozen Secrets for 200, Ensemble Swashbuckling Buccaneer Slops for 650, Fetid Bouquet for 100, the Vagabond Threads Ensemble for 100. So I guess that's a kind of like, I guess more of a low fantasy, like Vagabond ensemble, which I think is really cool. There's the Wanderer's Rosy Trappings for 100, the Celestial State, which is a storm out for 100, the Fury of the Fire Lord for 750, so that'll be awesome. Garlock for 750, there's the Infiltrator's Bandolier for 250, Shattered Void Spire for 500, Rosy Corsage for 100, Iridescent Warcloak for 75, that could be kind of neat, Squire's Warhammer for 1,000, and Ash Adar, Harbinger of the Dawn for 999, which is pretty much a full month's. Now, WoW had of data mine some Sun and Moon Warden armor with their matching mount, and I mean, goddamn, what an incredible set of awards these are. They look awesome. Now, the mount sets have been data mined, but they don't appear to be on the store. We're not sure. The Harbinger does cost 999 tender, though. That's a month's worth. So interesting. Will these appearances release like across 2 subsequent months or something? Not sure. And for this armor, I really love the like open waist float thing. You don't get that really too often. Awesome. At the very least, this system is a really nice delivery vector for some fantastic rewards and options that players will enjoy. And also, you know, there's so many things in the game that like they literally exist in the game. There's no way of getting them. Blizzard can slap all those things into this too, which will be quite handy. Now then, how do we earn the currency? Okay, I'll give you a TLDR rather than just dryly like do a big list. So, there are several objectives related to completing tasks and activities on the Dragon Isles. These include things like the Grand Hunts and group dragon riding races, using the buddy system in the primary, and participating in the Tustar Community Feast, getting that hot soup. There's also objectives related to professions like fulfilling public crafting orders, completing weekly gathering quests. There's also ones with like interacting with other players, like using Happy Pet Snacks, showing love via /love to trading post NPCs and dragons, fishing with friends. There's objectives related to the Love is in the Air event, so it's nice that these will be tied into the seasonal events. I think that will make those feel more rewarding, so that's really good. The Love in the Air ones include having a romantic picnic, killing a specific NPC, and some quest completion. Other ones include defeating creatures during quests, completing side quests like optional storylines, looting supply chests. There's also some things related to the catching of the Pickles event, which is interesting to me because that's one of those mini events that doesn't have much of a reward. So this is a nice way of them actually finally making some use of that event. And finally, there are some objectives related to interacting with other players, like rezzing them and even hugging players. I believe there's also going to be ones for direct raid content as well. Now, overall, these objectives that I've listed here earn from 50 to 200. There's the whole like log UI to present you with all of this. And to be honest, I think just because it's a bar that fills up, I think that's what's got people thinking it's a battle pass. It's really just a UI thing, though, in the same way that people call Renown a battle pass, even though Renown is absolutely not a battle pass. It's just using 1 or 2 similar UI keys, I would presume, to speak to one audience. Now, your total cap for this trader's tender currency is 1,000 per month. You can generate 500 automatically, and then the rest you earn via these objectives that I've talked about here. As an example, filling a public crafting order for 200 seems really generous, but I do wonder if that will be, because it's a public crafting order, be a bit more weighed towards those like very difficult crafts that require very high skill, because anything else that doesn't require soulbound crafts will generally just be on the option list. But I then wonder, could you create like really easy crafting orders that are public and then just do them to gain the objective? Who knows? Anyway, overall, it's decent. The cap does seem like it's designed less to nudge people into new types of content and more just to reward them for playing the things that they're already interested in doing. If you were earning way more tender, then it would be incentivizing you to do things that you don't particularly want to do, and that's something that Blizzard certainly do seem to be a lot more against these days. Of course, with all of this stuff, you can freeze one item in the store, so let's just say there's 1,500 tender worth of items if you want, you can only generate 1,000 a month. Well, the good news for you then is that's okay, you can freeze one of the items for next month. You obviously do not have to buy anything in a month, and you will accrue that tender over time, so who knows, right? You'll be able to build up a stockpile of it anyway. Let's talk about the release date. It has not been announced, but it kind of may as well have been. Here's why. They added an achievement for doing the Lunar Festival Elders on the Dragon Isles. Now that festival starts January 20th, which, I mean, it would make no sense for them to put this achievement in and then have the patch come out after that. And when you look at the rest of the patch broadly, it seems to be things like traders and their supporting items, a set of reversed race courses as well. We found that out by which is kind of neat. But broadly speaking, it just seems to be class changes, trader boast system. So it seems they're really trying to get that just bam in there really quick. I mean, this is awesome. If this is here, like 1.5 months after the game's launch, that's awesome. I mean, this is a sizable enough feature, and it is a feature that won't just last for the duration of the patch. This is a feature that will last 5 years, 10 years, something like that. Just keep on going. So this is a baseline feature added to WoW, which is totally in line with the broad expectations. The theme of this expansion has been that of building foundations. Now here's what Holly Longdale said. She is the executive producer and vice president of Warcraft. It's a pretty bullish tweet, right? But you might think, oh, it's a load of BS from an executive. One of my followers thought that as well. I explained what I thought it was, and I suppose, look, I've really enjoyed Dragonflight. I thought they've been saying good things and actually backing them up, so I'm definitely willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. So I said what I thought she meant, and she replied to someone who replied to my tweet by saying this, right? Or this exactly, something like that. And if you take a look at what I said, I mean, I make it very clear that it is acknowledging disappointment and under-delivery. So that, she said, this is good. And I'm sure, look, we would all want a Yoshi P style straight apology, where Yoshi P will be doing a live letter and will generally be pretty real about stuff. What do we get with Blizzard? Well, we kind of get those weird round table things where everyone just agrees with each other while one of the cameras cuts to one of the developers nodding to the other developer, and it feels really bizarre. That's the Blizzard style. It's not that great. Live letters, I mean, man, they're a ropey production. But there's something, there's a bit of heart in that, and it does mean that Yoshi P can just say, oh yeah, we're sorry about this, big fuck up. They can't really do that, so I would say that this is as close to one of those apologies that we're likely to get. It certainly acknowledges, in a way, that them bombastically talking about the trailer being the end of the first build of Warcraft or whatever. It feels a lot more real than that. I think it definitely reflects well on her. Especially when, I suppose, one could certainly say that I am a bit of a controversial individual, given my very strong, repeated criticisms of Shadowlands and DFA, and like a lot of better people in the team. So I would say, props to her. It's nice to see that there's a willingness to engage there, and that also, I suppose, this battle type, two things to say. So I just see that as a really good bit of community outreach, and of course, giving them the benefit of the doubt, because their words are thus far being backed up by actions, and that's what matters. Miscellaneous things. Right, recent times have not been without drama. Here's the blue post that brought the drama to the end, and I'll summarize it. recently they found a bug that let tailors bypass profession events. They fixed this bug, and they punished people who exploited it a lot, per their data. But after an outcry, they realized they were way too generous with the ban hammer. Many thought that this, basically, that the behavior they were engaging in was normal, because them exploiting what should have been like on a cooldown wasn't really reflected in the UI when the cooldown wasn't working. So Blizzard have now actually lifted most suspensions, only keeping the most serious ones. And they say this has also made them think about improving the crafting user interface and tooltips for future updates. To this one, I'll make my statement simple. Big friggin' oof, guys. You definitely cannot misfire on something like this, especially on an expansion month. It is good that they've turned around these very over-generous bans, but a bit of a rough situation. If something just works the way that it does in the game, and the user doesn't feel like they're exploiting, or wouldn't even know that they're exploiting, you've got to be generous, because ultimately it's only happening because you let the exploit shit. What else then? Well, I'll round things up. There's a deal where the game actually comes with a free month now if you buy Dragonflight, and they've also recently changed Recruiter Friend to include players who have a sub lapsed for more than a year. And honestly, my read here is that this expansion's not sold well. You might think, wow, what a hypocrite you are. The expansion hasn't sold well, but you're here saying it's really good. What gives? Well, yeah. I mean, no shit. Like, Blizzard have not announced sales figures. If they had good figures, they would talk about them. When Shadowlands had its big launch, they talked about, oh, this has sold through the most games by, release day in PC gaming history. And then Cyberpunk 2077 happened and totally swallowed that. As for the why here, I don't think this was not sold well because it's not a great expansion. I think it's because Blizzard utterly busted their reputation. I mean, patch 9.1 is one of the worst patches in the game's history. It also happened at the same time that the absolute damn burst on the Blizzard drama, and they had generally fostered well, to be honest, a community perception that had them coming off like big-headed morons. I'm not calling them that. I'm saying that is how they came off towards the community because of a combination of obviously design decisions, but also a lack of communication that then engendered a perception in the community because they were being met by a wall of silence. And that's the sort of thing that they've got to cut through. That's why I was happy to see that tweet response from Holly as an example. So my view here is that World of Warcraft actually has a bright future. Its future, seemingly as we know more info about this expansion, is getting brighter and brighter and brighter. But I do think that getting that back is going to take time. Also, from a marketing perspective, the marketing of this was just World of Warcraft. Dragons are cool. Everyone's happy. Wahoo, adventure. Now, to a bunch of us that stuck around with Shadowlands, stuck around just really for me because of like a little bit of obviously having a tie to the game, having friends who are still in the game, and to be honest, enjoying Season 4 quite a bit. But we see that and we're like, oh, awesome. Finally, this is the opposite of the tone we haven't liked. And to every Tom, Dick, and Harry who just sees an advertisement, they're like, what? I mean, Warlords of Draenor had a big explosion. A sweaty orc that said, freedom, right? He may as well have screamed, America, fuck yeah, rock, flag, and eagle. In terms of, like, the core messaging of WoW, it was so strong. Like, that, it was uber medicine, that trailer, right? Like, that got people fired up. Whereas, what's this? Woo! A bunch of elves! A bunch of dragons! Dragons who have been pretty underdeveloped in the actual game. Now, I'm not saying that any of those things are bad things. I'm just saying that it's not Arthas. It's not seeing that awesome Deathwing cinematic. I'd really like the cinematic for Dragonflight, by the way, but to a bunch of people who are not engaged, who left during DFA, didn't play Shadowlands, and they're like, so what, we went from the roof exploding, the world completely changing, to now just a new thing with dragons? What? I don't care, I don't know. So, my overall opinion, my overall thesis is that I am extremely bullish on the future of World of Warcraft, given what 2023 seems to be. I mean, we do expect a Mage Tower-like feature, we expect a revamp of the archaeology profession, amongst other things, of course. I'm very bullish on WoW's future. I do think, though, they need to stop, gather themselves, proceed on in a new and good way. I think that the Dragonflight expansion absolutely represents that. I have enjoyed the start of this more than Legion because, to be honest, I thought that artifact weapons were a pretty damn weak system. I thought they were really cool from a fantasy perspective, but I didn't like that shit. Now, though, all I can say is everyone I know, and we were, we were literally some of the most angry and publicly angry people about Shadowlands and BFA. The very same people, when they're actually, now with me playing the game, we're having an absolute ball. We can barely believe that the times have got this good this quick. So I think the future's bright. The foundations need to be established, and once they have been established, we then need an expansion that has got a very clear and obvious marketing hook that will get a lot of people in. And I would certainly say that Chris Metzen is, having him around, perhaps he just has a strong intrinsic sense of what gives you that kind of like fist pump, fuck yeah, Blizzard epic thing. And if that can be brought to the game, because, things have maybe got a little bit soft, the lore's maybe got a little bit uber detail oriented, maybe we need to move things back into the sort of vision that caused this game universe to have a absolutely meteoric rise. So, there's my thoughts. That's the end of the video. If you'd like more videos, you can check out our Dragon series, and there will be many more coming over the following days, weeks, and months, because goddamn, we are, I'm backing up my general feast.
So, I love the art style of Elden Ring's map, and what I especially love are the little design flourishes that you can find along the coastline. Swirling maelstroms give the impression of a sea in upheaval, and the broken ships dotted around the place only reinforce that idea. Now, we could go into speculation on who owned these ships and small vessels, but what I find far more interesting than the lore in this case is actually what inspired these sorts of design flourishes on Elden Ring's map. Which brings us to this, Paolo Forlani's 16th century maps of the world, which feature outlandish creatures and ships that look really similar to the designs in Elden Ring's map. Now, there are no sea monsters found in Elden Ring's maps, in the current version at least. In the older versions of the map, however, there were tons of monsters. So what you're looking at now is a much older map of Limgrave, something that was data mined by Chinese players from an earlier version of the game. And this one has a mermaid taken straight out of Paolo Forlani's, as well as creatures lifted straight from a ton of other maps as well, confirming these ancient inspirations and giving us a ton more to discuss besides, because all of this text is actually readable. So originally posted on Bilibili, a Chinese video sharing website, a channel whose name I don't want to mispronounce, posted a video covering the script found on the original map. And on this original map, they found Chinese characters from the Yi script, and despite that language kind of fading into obscurity, the group was able to translate the Yi characters through a series of events detailed in the video below and translated by the YouTube channel YYSTV. So, to break some of this down, some of the text separates the seas surrounding the Weeping Peninsula into 4 distinct seas, the North, East, South, and West seas, but much of the older text is actually written as warning. Here, for example, it says, multiple witnesses to a sea serpent, danger. And we do indeed see these serpents spliced from other medieval sea charts and inserted straight into the map. Do you remember the Bridge of Sacrifice that leads to the Weeping Peninsula? Well, in this earlier version, the channel that runs under it is called the Kraken Channel, suggesting that it'd be a very dangerous route for any ships to take. The Kraken itself is elsewhere on the map as well, with this image that is roughly taken from an engraving made in 1801. So, To be clear, I'm not suggesting that these sea monsters are canon in Elden Ring's lore or anything like that. If anything, it's actually more the opposite. These were only ever intended as internal references for From Software, and the fact that no sea monsters survived onto Elden Ring's actual map means that maybe From Software found these inclusions to be distracting, since they never really drew any new monsters of their own. So in the end, we were left with these boats, small excerpts of blurred text, and we're left with this story of an older map that inspired it all. And I'm a huge sucker for this older version of Elden Ring's map because it's such a rare, fascinating glimpse into a past aspect of the game's development. The reason that data mining and early assets are so intriguing to the Souls community is because we don't really hear much from the developers when it comes to the development process. They usually just give a few interviews at release time and then they disappear, heads down on the next project. Miyazaki has even gone on record saying that he probably won't end up playing Elden Ring because, and I quote, "I just don't enjoy playing the games that I've made in the past. Once they're done, they're done." Now, George R.R. Martin was involved this time as well, though unfortunately he hasn't gone into much detail about the characters and story that he created either, leaving us all wondering what he created and what was tweaked by Miyazaki. I know George doesn't really play video games, but it'd be really cool if Namco got him to watch a playthrough to see reactions to his characters, or I'd love to see him comment on his creative process in a bit more detail. But anyway, in a recent interview with Stephen Colbert, George did mention one tidbit that helps us with Elden Ring's timeline.
But they made it clear that Elden Ring was going to take place in, let's say, the present of their game universe. But what they wanted me to write was what happened like 5,000 years before that totally screwed up the world so that the present was really messed up.
So, assuming that this wasn't like an offhand comment, now we at least know that a period of 5,000 years might have passed between the shattering and the events of the game. For number 4, as many of you know, in an earlier version of the game, the character Vike played a more important role, and it's actually him that we see on the cover art of Elden Ring. He's almost like the chosen one, the main character that was supposed to become Elden Lord, so much so that he's even featured on the game's cover, but something went tragically wrong with his story. Our character takes over instead. It's cool to me that he's still represented as the main character. That's how close he got to becoming Elden Lord, you know? But Vike isn't the only recognizable element on the Elden Ring cover. For example, here are 2 divine towers. Here is a statue you might recognize. It's the one that always stands atop heroes' grave sites. Here is a collapsed dragon, like the one in Godric's boss room. And surrounding Vike in his fingerprint set, I've also found 5 bodies that wear 5 very familiar armor sets. There's the Royal Remains set here, the Champion set here, you can tell because of the red little tassel, the Carrion Knight set, the Iron set, although it could also be the Kaiden set, I think, and the Eccentric set that Jaren wears right here. If there's anything else I'm missing in this image, please let me know. So, for number 5, there's an item called Soft Cotton that reduces the amount of fall damage you take in Elden Ring, as if you'd ever need it. But anyway, so Soft Cotton is a craftable item, and it only requires a roa fruit and a smoldering butterfly to create. When I saw this recently, I wondered, why the butterfly? And then, after reading the item descriptions more closely, I realized that the cotton is created by splitting open roa fruit in a particular manner. So, since the smoldering butterfly is involved, this particular manner must involve burning the roa fruit, popping it open to release the soft cotton. This could also explain why humans are unable to ingest roa fruit, as stated by the roa raisin description, since it's essentially just cotton on the inside. Next, I want to talk about Finger Maiden Theralina, this character that appears at the Radahn Festival. Upon interacting with her, you'll notice she doesn't talk, she only bows. This is kind of strange, but it gets weirder when you consider her spirit item description. It reads, "Spirit of a finger maiden who never met the tarnished she was meant to guide. Uses healing incantations and holy water pots, but she is not a fighter by nature and is ill-suited to battle. A maiden without a tarnished without a maiden, and yet no guide to bring them together." So, Why would Theralina, who is ill-suited to battle, appear at Radahn Festival, which is entirely about celebrating battle? Well, what if she was sent here? Theralina is actually one of Celevis's puppets, and here, crumpled in a heap in Celevis's basement, is Theralina herself. So, in a similar way to how Rani sent Blythe and yourself to kill Radahn, it seems like Rani might have instructed Celevis to assist us here as well, leading to him sending Theralina as a puppet in his stead. And as ill-suited to combat as she supposedly is, she probably wouldn't have sought out this fight herself, she does cast healing spells for allies, which makes her the perfect ally to be sent to this battle, in a way. Speaking of spirit summons, did you know that you can summon Yura to help you against Flying Dragon Agil? Few people know about this because the requirements for getting his help are kind of absurd. First, you have to defeat Bloody Finger Nereus with Yura's help, and then speak to him after battle in this dark area where he's easy to miss. And then he'll warn you to stay away from the lake, but if you blatantly disregard this and fall in battle against Agil, you have to die here. You can return to Yura, who will scold you for ignoring his advice, and then he'll come to terms with the fact that you're going to fight the dragon anyway. And then Yura's summon sign will appear on subsequent attempts at Agil. So considering all of this, considering that you have to die to Agil and then seek out Yura as if you knew he would have more dialogue for you, that last requirement really is a huge contributing factor towards people missing his sign, even after several playthroughs. One thing you might have noticed in subsequent New Game Plus playthroughs is your newly gained ability to run through most slowing substances, such as the poison swamp in the Shaded Castle, the rivers of rot in the Halig Tree, and the lava in and around Volcano Manor. You can move freely through these substances without any penalty to movement speed or roll invincibility, but only if you've progressed to New Game Plus. There are some instances where you are still slowed down, like the blood puddle attacks from the Sanguine Noble enemies, or when you're encumbered by slug spit attacks, but outside of enemy attacks, this affords you a much faster run through of certain areas that would have been a much longer chore to navigate in New Game. So, I'm not sure if this is an intended feature of New Game Plus, but it is a welcome one. For the next secret, did you know that some chest pieces actually have hoods, and that these hoods can fit over certain headwear? These are the Astrologer robe, the Perfumer robe, and the Black Knife armor, and you can combine these with the Blood-Soaked Mask, the Altered Nox Swordstress crown, the Eccentrix hood, and the Fingerprint helm. My favorite of these is the Black Knife chest with the Eccentrix hood, which is the new fashion for my Black Knife build that I talk about in this video, by the way. And an honorable mention also goes out to the Gravekeeper and Rotten Gravekeeper cloaks, which have a separate ability to display the hood over the regular or Rotten Gravekeeper helms. Next, deep below the Ainsel Well and sealed within the yellow Annex Tunnel lie the Estel, these bosses that have great power over gravity. But it seems like that power isn't just limited to them. You can actually harness that power in certain caves as well, using it to give the Wing of Astel weapon a little boost. So the heavy attack and the Ash of War on this weapon both buzz with this electric hum when they're used in locations that house one of the monsters. The specific location that this unspoken power-up occurs in are just past the Ainsel River Sluice Gate, the Ainsel River Main, and the Yellow Annex Tunnel. On top of this, the Wing of Astel does 20% more damage to gravity-type enemies in general. Next is regarding the Wandering Mausoleum enemies. Did you know that they have a bedtime? If you wait for just the right time of night around the Wandering Mausoleums, they actually stop stomping and just don't move at all, giving you the perfect opportunity to clean up around their legs without worrying about being crushed by their movements. Seem to take this nap around the late night time on the in-game clock, and they continue it until the last ray of the morning sun touches the dial. I've only noticed this happen once, and it's pretty rare. There's a deeper breakdown of the time system here on a video by Leviathan, where he notes that late night can only be reached after surviving 22.5 minutes through nightfall without dying, meaning it is somewhat of a rare point of day to reach while playing the game. You should check out Leviathan's channel for tons of secrets like this as well. But before I go on, I want to give a brief shout out to Displate, as it is almost Christmas and you might still have time to pick up some neat gifts for yourself or someone else. So for a limited time, you can order with the link below in the description during their Xmas sale and get 20% off if you order 1 or 2 Displates, or 30% off if you order more than 3. On my store alone, I currently have 6 designs that I'm really proud of. For example, there's Convergence, and there's the Painted World, which are full of hundreds of Souls references that will get you close up and looking at the finer details, which is really fun. There's the Firekeeper's Apprentice, there's the Guardian of Moonlight, to remake a Demon Soul. So yeah, Displates are high quality prints, they're really easy to mount as well. They have a sticky magnet system that means there's no need to drill into and damage your walls. So again, please click the link below to support the channel and get some cool art in return. And speaking of art, these next few secrets are based on the official Elden Ring art books that just came out, and as always these books give us a look into the concept art behind the design of these games, showing weapons, characters, and environments in gorgeous detail. So one thing I couldn't help but notice was this, on page 222 of Volume 1. It reveals that, in an earlier concept, the Forge of the Giants wasn't a giant dish. It was instead a giant pot. And honestly, I kind of love it. The design here is a bit more memorable and really playful in that way that so many From Software designs often are. And I remember reading speculation that the giant lid that the fire giant wields might be like a sort of lid for the forge. So I wonder if maybe the forge having a pot lid originally is kind of in support of that idea. And speaking of a forge, take a look at this, found on page 356 of Volume 1. It's a piece of concept art featuring Blacksmith Hugh in what is very clearly one of the abandoned shacks that we find all throughout Elden Ring. And unlike the giant pot piece of concept art, there is in-game evidence of Blacksmith Hugh appearing in the shack and not at the Round Table Hold. We learn this from a cut NPC called Gilbert. This character didn't make it into retail, but his voice lines would move onto Yura and his visual design would be assigned to Witch Hunter Jaren. But here, near the seaside in Limgrave, this NPC once told you where to find the nearby blacksmith.
Well, there's something you ought to know. There's an aberration of a blacksmith past the checkpoint that leads to Stonevale. He doesn't seem to think much of anyone or anything, but oddly, he's willing to smith weapons for Tarnished.
The checkpoint he's referring to is this, the Scavenger's Shack that stands right before Stormvale. Here, you could have once had your weapons upgraded, and then I assume Hugh might have come back to smith for you at Round Table Hold. But a part of Hugh's story now in retail is that he's chained to the Round Table Hold, so I wonder if this story element prevented him from appearing at the Scavenger's Shack. Regardless, cool detail, and shout out to Second Doobie on YouTube who noticed and showcased this long ago. And the award for the most bizarre piece of concept art can be found here on page 148 of Volume 2. So, we always knew that the flame chariots were manned by someone sitting at the back. You can see that in-game. But this is new. So supposedly, the wheels are powered by people. One person for each wheel in what must be a kind of claustrophobic hell. It's kind of nightmare fuel, honestly. And speaking of fuel, this picture actually explains why the chariot explodes when you do a plunging attack from above. The head is full of flammable oil, and your strike here would completely disrupt the piping that channels all of this to Before I go, I want to say I love all the design workbooks of From Software's games. Some images just convey so much like tone and atmosphere, and often a lot of that is lost when these places are rendered in-game, or just changed at least. So these are excellent collector's items, and they're very hard to get and very expensive if you don't buy them at launch. So think about picking up a copy now before it gets too late. I spent hours on all the design books, and yeah, I regret not getting them all at launch. Link below in the description, right under the link to my Displates if you're interested in picking up even more Souls-inspired art. But as always, thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.
delicious to me. Kai Christor. May your days be long and your hardships free. Greetings, friend. Seek the path. The Naru have not forgotten us. May the light embrace you. Dionysaka.
Trinkets, yes. Pretty trinkets. Trinkets, yes. Pretty trinkets.
Strong and relentless. These restless elementals will not stop attacking. Destroy them before they cause harm.
ways to the sea. Smooth sailing. Safe passage to you. Ahoy! Keep the wind in your sails. What can I do for you? Safe passage to you. Lord Admiral's favour, friend. Smooth sailing. Keep the wind in your sails.
My goods are exquisite. You will not find a better bargain. What is your pleasure?
Some of the Shakar have been injured. Rally them to fight again. What can I do for you?
Is it one fucking design? Fuck's sakes, that's not good. this lens.
Our flight has much to offer. I knew you would like my wares. This is when you leave. Take all the time you need. You have a bright
I have many lucky doos you like. Farewell, friend of the Grummles.
This is your time. I knew you would like. is your time. This is when you leave. Our flight has much to offer. I will see you again. time you need. This is when you leave. Our flight has much to offer. all the time you need. I will see you again. I knew you would like me. As always, on time.
to renew. There are more places ripe for hunting. The Shakar will seek out new grounds.
much anywhere.
the fuck, man?
quick?
Oh yeah, go for it, man. I'm just fucking being lazy, fucking flying around doing nothing.
Of course.
Is it dead? I might have to get a different vacuum. What?
Trinkets, yeah.
The battery is like, that's... When you have it on the max mode, it only lasts like 7 minutes or something. Yeah.
Pretty trinkets.
I might be able to buy like a bigger battery for it. I'm gonna have to look into it. Can you grab the model number off of it since you're right there? Yeah. See if it's written on it anywhere.
Trinkets, yes. Pretty trinkets.
I think that's it below the barcode, but I'm not sure.
Is it not written on here anywhere?
I didn't see the word model.
Model written anywhere. Huh. I mean, I'll look into it after. Fuck
Okay.
man, that battery gets hot.
Yeah.
By 1997, this music way too fucking loud. Can we turn this down? By 1997, Rare had successfully reinvented Donkey Kong for a new generation of gamers. Their latest game, Diddy Kong Racing, even had the character Shit Pig in it. Can you believe that? He would actually shit and piss all over the race course. I thought I did a video for that one, but then maybe I uploaded it to the wrong channel, I think. Donkey Kong fans were living so large, and they were about to receive one of the largest video games yet. Donkey Kong 64. This game is big. Yeah. This game is so big that it came with a thing that you plug into the console to make it run the game. Donkey Kong 64 was the first and only 3D platformer in the series, but it's also an unofficial sequel to Banjo-Kazooie. This is Banjo-Kazooie, okay? Very compact and exciting. This is Donkey Kong 64. In this game, there is 200 golden bananas, 40 enemies, 10 crowns, 6 boss moves, 20 banana fairies, 40 banana bananas, 40 blueprints, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 types of replenishable ammunition, 9 levels, each with 5 pairs of teleporter pads and 100 color-coded bananas for each character. There are 5 playable characters. Each character has their own gun, their own instrument, and their own special abilities that have to be unlocked with 15 monkey coins. Developers of this game, what the fuck? The only way to reach the end credits of this game is to commit your life to Donkey Kong 64. There are real-world countries that are smaller than the levels in this game. If you are the type of person who has to keep track of where everything is in a video game, Donkey Kong 64 will drop you into a coma. The levels are so segmented, there is so much backtracking, but if you're really willing to dig for it, there is some funny stuff. What the fuck is this? A domino with domino feet?
Hazelnuts, cashews, almonds, pecans.
When Donkey Kong sees a banana, it goes. When Donkey Kong gets a banana, it goes. Donkey Kong. When you beat a minigame, the announcer goes. Well done! When you shoot this thing with a peanut, it goes. The atmosphere, the sound effects, the music. This is where DK64 really delivers. This is the only game where you can play as the famous character Lanky Kong. Why does he say Opla? And you can even play as the iconic character Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong, what are you doing? Donkey, you have no powers. You can't even press down a switch that has your own face on it. The handstand from DK94 is in the game. The original arcade game from DK94 is in the game, and it's fucking impossible, and you have to beat it twice. This is gonna be such a good prize, I guess. There it is. I don't know what the fuck that does. In every 3 seconds of gameplay, the minecart level introduces a new way for Donkey Kong to be killed. What is this? No, what is that? No! What the fuck is... Stop there! What the fuck? There is a slide race minigame against a beetle, and you can punch the beetle before the race starts, so I did, but then this happened. Stupid ass beetle. Whoa! What the fuck? This is the first game in the series series to illustrate the physical toll it takes on Donkey Kong to be launched out of a barrel.
Now Donkey Kong likes this, don't? I know it sounds like he's dying.
There is a million mini games in this. There's this shit-ass one where you have to win a slot machine within a time limit. There's one where you have to do the fly swatter game from Mario Paint. At the end of the game, there is like a 30-minute timed gauntlet of challenges, and if you fuck it up, you have to do the entire thing over again. I'm pretty sure when I was a little kid, I just cried and gave up at this part.
It's fucking counting down while it's showing me this dumb fucking cutscene. Stop dancing. It's counting down, Chunky Kong.
The final boss battle is a fucking 10-hour extravaganza. Donkey Kong has to shoot himself out of a barrel at K. Rool so that Diddy Kong can jetpack up to the lights and drop one on his head so that Tiny Kong can go inside of his shoe and fight his toes. And after all that, after everything you've done in this game, all of the bullshit you have endured, the only reason you win is because K. Rool gets distracted by Booby Kong's boobs and then Funky Kong shoots him in the butt with a rocket launcher. This is the essence of Donkey Kong 64.
Almost a year ago, we asked Iconix if we could check out a few of their keyboards, and you know what? It took a while, but at long last, they have arrived. The Iconix ZX75 is here. I've got 2 of them. I also don't know if I'm pronouncing Iconix right. It kind of sounds like Articuno to me. Take that as you will. This one says dark side on it, so it's probably black or dark blue, and it is indeed the black version, as you can see here. It's a TTC Ace key switch. I am not familiar with them, but it looks nice, and it's got RGB. And this one is, oh, it's green. Very cool. This one's also got a TTC gold pink. Looks very pretty. I'm actually really excited for this. It's a plastic board, and it's got a bit of a hefty price tag that we'll get into later. But I think the design is really cool, and also it's wireless. So if you need a wireless keyboard, you're just gonna end up paying more money. ZX75. What's in here? An envelope with some quick start stuff. It's mostly in what looks like simplified Chinese, but I am not sure. Oh, the back is English. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, cool. It's just got a bunch of like indicator light status stuff, how to do the wireless things. You can do 2.4 gigahertz or Bluetooth, which is very handy. If you're doing the 2.4 gigahertz, it stays at the 1000 hertz polling rate that you'll get if you plug it in directly. But if you do Bluetooth, it's down to 125. Totally fine for like typing, but you probably don't want to game on this thing if it's in Bluetooth. Let's take a look at it. It's got some cool keycaps on it that I can see through this little plastic case. This is a really tight fit though. They could have gone with a slightly larger plastic sleeve. Oh, underneath, actually, yeah, sorry. I mean, you guys can see this here, but I'm gonna check out what's underneath. We got a cable. Like other keyboards we've checked out, it doesn't have a sleeve cable. It's just a regular old USB-C to A. Could be a little nicer. I know that this guy is more expensive than some of the other boards we've looked at. So, you know, higher expectations, but that's all right. We've also got a bunch of extra keycaps. Option. Oh, it's the Mac stuff. Okay, so this one is also another Mac, easily adjusted to Mac keyboard. I don't use Apple products. It's not for me, but I like that there's an option for people. We've also got a switch puller and a keycap puller. We've also got the USB dongle. Get out of there, dongle. This is if you want to do Bluetooth. It's USB A to C. So if you only have C ports, which is great for a lot of laptops, you can still use this. And then on top of that, we've got this little, oh, it's a brush! What? Okay, I have not had a keyboard come with a brush yet. They get extra points for this. This is awesome. I would love a little brush to just like wipe the cat hair and stuff off of my keyboard and out from the keycaps. I want to keep this. I don't care. We've got 2 of these. I'm putting this one in my pocket before I leave. Now the keyboard. This thing is actually surprisingly hefty for a plastic case. Let's give it a weigh actually before I do anything else. 1.15 kilograms. So that's not super hefty, but not quite 3 pounds. It's pretty cool though, and I actually really do like it. It's really grippy on the bottom here. It's a textured plastic, and it's all see-through as well. Oh, which is super cool. I think my only complaint so far, I haven't even typed on this or anything, so I don't know how it feels, but my only complaint is that, especially with it being see-through, it would have been really nice to have like a silicone layer or something on the bottom or some foam. I've got, for reference, I've got a Portico 75, and that one is a similar plastic case like this, but it comes with a big silicone pad on the very bottom, and that really helps deaden the sound. So we'll see how this one is. I'm gonna open the black one and take a look at that, just to take a quick look-see. I'm so excited. I've actually been waiting for these for like a pretty long time. They caught my eye on their website, and you know, I just thought they looked neat. They've got this really kind of retro design. I don't know if this is an actual speaker or not, but it looks like a little speaker port. It's got a plastic knob on it. Nice and tactile. I like the sound of it too. Ooh, these switches feel good too. These are just linear. The spacebar could sound a little better. It's a little hollow. But overall, I actually really like how it sounds. And you're getting 81 keys. It's basically, it's a 75%, so you're getting your F row still, which is really nice for a lot of people. And then like delete, insert, home, end, and then some arrow keys. Let's check out the green one though, because what I'm really excited about is these keycaps. They've got this really cool Camp Life keycap set. It's got Camp Life there, you know, it's like a moon. It's all green. There's a little camp symbol up there. West, east, north, and south directional buttons. That's great. And then they've got really cute optional keycaps to the side here for them to delete and insert and whatnot. They got a little campfire and a backpack and a tent. And then I guess a compass or something. I don't know. I just think it's a cute keycap set. I kind of want this too. I like these switches more. The spacebar could be improved on this one as well. I don't know anything about the stabilizers in here. I'm not sure if they're clip-on or screw-in. I can't quite see them. So they might be clip-on. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry. It's just really hard to see through this board. Either way, they sound pretty good. These are definitely better than a lot of like manufacturers that you get, like Corsair or Logitech or something. And the spacebar can be improved. It's not rattly, it's just a little hollow. So you could put some foam in there or something and it would really bump it up. Oh, one other really interesting thing to talk about is that these are KDA profile keycaps, which I'm really not familiar with at all. I've never typed on KDA. I like SA, I like SDA, I like XDA. But yeah, I've never tried KDA, and I'm not sure. It just kind of looks like a slightly lower version of SA. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. But it looks cool. And you know what? Yeah, it feels okay to type on. Kind of digging it. One pretty cool thing that I just noticed is the knob is like, this is beefy. The push down is just crazy. I've never had this tactile of a push down on a knob before, and I'm kind of digging it. I like how it's really hollowed out in the center too. Like, you're not gonna miss that. Bam, I'm doing it. Then on the back of the board, we've got adjustable feet. Whoa, those are just magnets. Okay, so do you like reverse these or something? How do these work? Okay, so they're just like magnets that go in like this normally to store it away or whatever, or to have it flat. And then if you want a little bit more of an angle, you flip them backwards, and they've got the feet there. How well does it stay? Actually stays okay. It's not great because it's plastic on plastic and it's mostly using the magnet to hold it in place. There's definitely like some slippage on the right here, and it's not the keyboard slipping on the mat, it's the feet slipping in the receptacle that they've got. So I don't know, beware of that. If you want a higher typing angle, then this might not be for you. What else? It's got a 6,000 milliamp hour battery for all the wireless charging that you want. Looks like there's two of them, one here, and then it's got an on-off switch right here between cabled and wireless. Other than that, it looks pretty standard, really easy to take apart. It looks like you just take apart a bunch of screws here and here and here, lift the top off, maybe take a few more off of the PCB and plate and whatnot, and then it'll come all right apart. Yeah, I guess that's my only complaint so far, is that I really wish they'd done anything on the bottom, just like a silicone layer, or, I mean, you could tape it yourself and it would probably fix it, but that's okay. I'm gonna plug this guy in. I'm gonna test it out. I really wish this thing came with a green cable. It really would have amped it up. But we're not gonna check it out before we talk about our sponsor, Secret Lab. Thanks to Secret Lab for sponsoring today's video. Secret Lab chairs are engineered to keep you incredibly comfortable for long hours at work and play. Their new Titan Evo 2022 chair keeps you feeling comfortable for longer. 4-way lumbar support, ultra comfortable line of different seat material, and more. All chairs come with up to a 5-year extended warranty and a 49-day return policy. Head to the link in the description and check out Secret Lab today. Oh yeah, I didn't use the brush! Yo! That's it. That's all you need it for. You just gotta get in those cracks and crevices, brush off your keyboard, you know. Anyone's probably laughing at this right now, but honestly, for any pet owners, or someone working in like a dusty environment, I don't know why it would be dusty, but maybe it is. This is great. I would absolutely just brush my keyboard down once a week or something if I had something like this. I was not kidding when I said I'm gonna try to steal it. Wow, look at that. It's see-through and you can just barely see the RGB lights on the back of this thing. Cool. On the front, it actually looks pretty good. I like the shine through on the sides and in between. These are not double shot PBT, but they are using like 100% PBT, so they feel pretty good. Oh, does it say double shot on them? The keycaps that we've got on the black one are double shot PBT. These are dye sublimated, and it still looks pretty good. I actually really like the feeling of it, both the quality of the keycap material as well as the KDA. Oh, I just realized KDA is like kill, death, assist. Cool. All right, sweet. That doesn't really matter, but just neat. I'm gonna type on it now, you know, as I like to do. I do like this board. I don't know if I'd pay the price for it, but I like it a lot. Especially the camping motif and like the whole like green aesthetic that it's going for. I really dig it. Okay, let's go. Oh, I screwed this up already. Okay, I'm keeping this one. I get 1 mulligan. Oh no, this is bad. 99, 95%. I screw it up a bunch of times. It's not the keyboard's fault. I actually really like it. I am a big fan, honestly. I still don't know what's up with this little area here. I'm not sure. It's just looks, it's just aesthetic. I think it looks neat, even if it's not actually a speaker. I think it really fits this whole thing. I don't know if I want see-through. To be perfectly honest, I actually really do like the whole see-through thing, and I'm kind of upset that it doesn't happen more frequently. But I think with the solid green on the keycaps, I would actually prefer a solid green plastic shell for this thing. Otherwise, though, it's great. I like the look of it. I like the feel. I like the typing experience. It's pretty stiff and sturdy for plastic. So obviously, you know, you're not getting a CNC aluminum shell, which can contribute to a lot of the cost of a board. We're gonna take a look at the black one too, just to see if, you know, it's just the green that kind of has me turned off on the transparency or not. Actually, yeah, I honestly, it's just the fact that it's green, which is crazy because I like colored, like old gaming stuff too. It's just the RGB is train. I absolutely do like the black one as transparent, maybe because it's a darker transparency, so you can still see through, but like especially on the back here with all these lights lit up, that looks pretty cool. I don't know, the green, I wish it was solid. I can't even really explain why. That's what I would prefer in this scenario. Yeah, the black one see-through looks great, feels great, super pretty. I'm going back to the green one though, because that's the one I want. It comes down to price. If you're not paying for CNC aluminum, then how much is molded plastic worth to you? This guy is $215 for the RGB version, and then if you want the unlit, non-RGB one, it's $195. So you can save a bit of money, but I mean, honestly, I think 20 bucks is worth the RGB. It's good, and I like it, and I've paid about $200 for plastic boards. I'm pretty torn. I think that if you don't have anything yet and you need something wireless, like that's the big thing, is I don't need wireless. I will almost never need wireless. That's just not me. I try to plug stuff in, and there's a big value in this board in the fact that it has a big battery and it's got wireless capabilities, both Bluetooth and 2.4 gig. So I don't know. I don't think it's worth it to me personally, but I think if you're looking for a really cool looking board, something that looks kind of retro, maybe something with the cool camping keycaps, like those are sick. If you really want KDA, then maybe you're gonna have to get one of these. If they had a cheaper version that was only wired, I would probably jump on this thing, honestly, just to have it in my collection. That's the Incarnates ZX75. If you want one, I mean, I hope they're still in stock. We're gonna have them linked below. It took forever for us to get ours, unfortunately. This is Short Circuit. If you wanna watch another Short Circuit, maybe check out the Cooler Master video. We got a Cooler Master board. It's got hot swap in it. How cool is that? It's pretty cool.
Good morning, John. Like an absolute accidental mutant of a Kit Kat, this video comes to you in 3 parts. Part number 1, when you get food poisoning, as I did last night, it's important to recognize that you don't necessarily know where you got the food poisoning. This is because many things that deliver the same symptoms and are food-borne pathogens can have vastly different onset times. E. coli and Campylobacter, they can take like 2 to 5 days to get you, whereas staph, that might just take 15 minutes. Salmonella can be anywhere from 6 hours to 6 days. Just because you ate something and then got sick doesn't mean the thing you ate got you sick, unless you ate that thing with a bunch of other people and they also got sick, which is what happened to me. So I know exactly what it was, but I just think that's an interesting thing to know. Part 2, I have decided to not use Twitter between now and January, so that I can sort of have this break, which is supposed to be a holiday anyway, and also be taking a break from whatever it is that Twitter is. It's not like I don't have a lot of stuff I'd like to do during that break that's going to be fun and productive. That won't be Twitter. However, that does not mean that I have stopped having the desire to tweet or the ideas to tweet, so I'd like to read to you some of the things I would have tweeted if I had been on Twitter. Is bubble water addictive? This is an interesting question. I'd like some scientists to tell me. What if we started an instant pho company, like the Vietnamese noodles, and called it Unforgettable? That's probably for the best. If we want to save the world, we need ways to make rich bros feel powerful without giving them any actual power. Probably, again, for the best. Like, that's not a nuanced take, because the best tweets are the worst ones, right? We all know this. It's not good to be good at something bad. This was about me. That sounds judgmental, but no, it was specifically about me feeling like I'm good at tweeting, and that doesn't mean that I should do it. Don't go around pronouncing medieval like medieval. You'll never learn how to spell it that way. You gotta say medieval. And like medieval, it's gotta be better, right? Because medieval makes it sound like it's the middle of evil. I don't think that was what it was, or what we intended for it to mean. Well, I've also got in here, don't ever rag on someone for their music tastes. Music is such a glorious part of the human experience, and literally no good can come from making it worse for someone. I feel like that one's pretty good. Part number 3, John! It's time for the Nerdfighteria census. Yes, I have been sitting in my bed all morning writing questions and modifying questions and adding new social networks that didn't exist a year ago. If you don't know what this is, every year since 2013, we put out a survey to our audience so that we can better understand you, what you're up to, what you want from us, what you'd like to do, what you're struggling with, what you're optimistic about. It very much informs the decisions that we make. It helps us understand this community better. And it's one of my favorite parts of the year. So there's a link in the description. You can click on it and go fill out the census. Now, I have intentionally made this video short so that you have some extra time. I'm gonna give back to you so that you can give it back to me when you fill out the census. John, I'm gonna go lie back down. I'll see you on Tuesday.
Many deals for a friend.
It's pretty rare these days for any tech product to have a 13-year life cycle, but Windows XP and its iconic Green Hill hung on for almost that long before Microsoft decided to finally stop supporting it. And if you travel to Armenia, you'll actually find that over half the country still uses XP. So how the heck did an operating system that looked like it was designed by little tykes end up ruling the world, and more importantly, stubbornly refuse to give up its crown for so dang long? Well, when XP burst onto the scene in late 2001, it was already sorely overdue. Home users had been on the buggy Windows 9X series since 1995, and these operating systems were fundamentally based on MS-DOS, which had been around since 1981. So it wasn't surprising that the underlying code of Windows 95, 98, and ME wasn't going to be adequate for newer software and hardware. Windows XP was instead based on Windows NT, a more business-operated family of operating systems that hadn't previously been marketed to home users. This meant, in 2001, people got their first taste of the benefits of NT, faster performance, better compatibility with bleeding-edge products, and an OS that wouldn't immediately blue screen if you hurt its feelings. But perhaps the bigger sea change that XP brought to the table was that it really started to popularize the idea that computers and accessories should just work without needing to go through complicated configuration procedures. Windows XP made it easy to automatically connect to known Wi-Fi networks. It's a good thing considering how much internet usage exploded between 1995 and 2001. USB and plug-and-play support was also significantly improved, so instead of having to install a driver every single time you plugged in a new gadget, you instead got a cheery notification in the bottom right of your screen, happily telling you it was ready to use. And even though some folks disliked how XP had a kids' play area look to it, many others welcomed the marriage of a much more reliable operating system with a user interface that at least tried to be accessible and visually pleasing. Remember that XP came out roughly 6 years before the original iPhone, but had lots of similar design cues with rounded edges, bright colors, and icons that tried to clearly convey meaning to the user. So, in many ways, XP was one of the first products that got society at large thinking of electronics as intuitive and pretty, and not modeled after, like, the last hardest level of a video game. But this only explains why XP became popular, not how it stayed popular for so long. We'll tell you why that happened right after we thank Grammarly for sponsoring this video. Grammarly is here to help you get your work done and be more productive. It provides comprehensive spelling and grammar suggestions to ensure your writing is professional, mistake-free, and polished. Simply install the desktop app, log in, and start typing. And there's also Grammarly Premium, which provides more in-depth feedback on your writing, such as tone adjustments that make you sound confident and ensure you're coming across the way you want to. That's how I wanted to come across. There's even a premium full sentence rewrite feature that helps you rephrase hard-to-read sentences for clarity. Go to Grammarly.com/TechWiki to sign up for a free account and get 20% off Grammarly Premium today. Now, part of the reason XP had such incredible longevity was that its successor, Windows Vista, was absolutely infuriating. Although, like Windows XP, it had relatively high system requirements at launch time, Vista's launch was a mess because Microsoft did a poor job of communicating to both PC consumers and manufacturers exactly what hardware they'd need to run Vista smoothly, to the extent that manufacturers would put misleading Vista-compatible stickers on poorly equipped machines that disappointed average consumers. The poor performance, technical issues, and the high cost of Vista led many users to just stay on XP until Windows 7 came along in 2009. And even though Windows 7 was very well received, XP was still incredibly easy for even lower-end machines to run by 2009 due to advancements in hardware, meaning it didn't exactly run out of steam just because Windows 7 came along. In fact, official support for desktop versions of Windows XP lasted nearly 3 years beyond Microsoft's typical support timeline. Because it was so paradigm-shifting and reasonably stable, it remained good enough for users and businesses who just didn't feel a need to put in the effort and money to upgrade. Just look at how much Windows 11 is struggling against Windows 10, which is now 7 years old. Even now, XP is still the operating system of choice for a surprising number of ATMs, medical systems, and irredentist wannabe dictators worldwide, because people just don't want to spend the time and the money to upgrade a working system, unsecure as it may be, or they need XP to run certain kinds of older software. And believe it or not, XP has lasted longer than that famous green hill. Don't get us wrong, it's still there, but these days, it's covered in delicious wine grapes. Win-win. Thanks for watching this Tech Wiki. Like it if you liked it, dislike it if you disliked it, check out our other videos, comment below with video suggestions, and don't forget to subscribe and follow Tech Wiki. Just keep making these, you just churn them out. Get your little bag ready to pop them right in.
Trinkets, yes. Pretty trinkets.
get closer. It's too far away.
The Burning Legion are old gods, okay?
cretins is truly limitless.
The Nightborn Leotrath seems to have received reinforcements from Suramar. They have reason to believe that the renegade Nightfallen have come to Azuna to escape their grasp. Though they were once my kin, what they have become is an evil that I cannot abide in my lands. You know what you must do.
business I must attend to presently, but I'll see you soon.
How you doing, man? Be seeing ya.
It's like meeting again for the first time.
Champion, the veil between our world and the Shadowlands has been sundered. The Ebony Blade stands ready. I await you in Stormwind. Come, before the icy grasp of death claims all of Azeroth. Champion, preparations have been made. Whitemane will tell you of the grim fate that has befallen our allies.
An agent of the Maw is attacking Oribos. Defend the Arbiter!
Hold. The Maws...
We must bring them to the Overseers at once.
Come with us, stranger.
The reports from our scryers were unmistakable. The Maw shuddered for a moment, as if reacting to some change.
An era Overseers, this stranger appeared at the city's edge. I believe them to be a living mortal.
Another unexpected development. We shall see to their reception. The purpose brought you to us. Every soul has its pity.
Every attendant and all.
Wondrous news, honored voice. Mere moments ago, there was a disturbance at the boundary of the moor. Then this mortal appeared, claiming to have broken free of it.
A living mortal? Surely their presence here serves the purpose. If the Arbiter reacted to their arrival, perhaps they are the key to waking her.
Is this mortal worthy of such an audience? They may prove to be an agent of the jailer.
It is the Arbiter's place to judge souls, Kasher, not ours. I will bring this mortal before her. With her voice have I spoken.
Blessed be her voice.
Your path is chosen.
Oribos welcomes you.
I pray the Arbiter will awaken in your presence, mortal. What might your purpose be? She is unchanged, ever silent, ever still. When you arrived in Oribos, I saw the Arbiter stir for the first time in many cycles. It gave me hope that she would awaken and resume her blessed purpose. Mere words cannot describe the glory that was. Step forward, that I may show you. All will be judged. What news do you bring?
How may I aid you, mortal?
I will aid you as best I can. have opened countless portals in my lifetime, but never one that connected two planes of reality.
I thought death was the end of existence. Here, it seems, death is a power that offers new beginnings. You are welcome in Ordos.
You honor me with your attention.
I need to get closer.
You have my undivided attention. I know our endeavors will prove profitable.
The Arbiter sees all truths. This process
the Maul's influence bleeds into your realm, tell me, how did these allies from your world become trapped in the Maul?
Sylvanas Windrunner sent her agents to abduct them. Dark, winged beings who caught them in chains and dragged them through the shattered sky.
The winged Kyrian of Bastion ferry souls from the mortal realm into the Shadowlands, but not with chains. And they are noble, untainted by the Maul.
True, but it would seem this is the only clue our mortal friend has to follow. It falls to us to open the way for them.
Overseer Kasher, take this mortal to the Ring of Transference. Use our anima reserves to open a pathway to Bastion.
But, honored voice, we have so little anima in our reserves. Surely we should be more...
See it done, Kasher. With her voice have I spoken.
The Arbiter watches over. Come, mortal. I will show you the way. Here, mortal. This teleporter will convey you to the Ring of Transference. I have been instructed to assist you. We have precious little anima to spare, but the honored voice has blessed your mission, so we will use what we have. We will call down one of the soul conduits for use as a gateway to Bastion. These paths have been dormant for some time. Your arrival will be unexpected. The purpose must be followed.
By the Archon, the way is open? I serve not only Bastion, but all of the Shadowlands. Our purpose is to serve. It is my pleasure to welcome you to Bastion, though you are like no soul I have ever seen before. No matter. You are to become one of the Kyrian. It is our sacred charge to bring mortal souls before the Arbiter for judgment. It has been an age since we last welcomed a new arrival. The greeter will tell you more, as soon as we awaken it. I serve you? Deep Sika. Can we spare any anima for the greeter?
Yes! Take my barrel. Centurions will share. Hold tight now! No anima must fall.
My anima for Bastion.
Have enough. We wake greeter now.
Anima reserves now nominal. Initializing. It was my pleasure. Greetings, denizen of Azeroth. We have prepared a number of activities to help you acclimate to your new existence. Please visit each station to learn the Vespers of Bastion are no ordinary.
I must prepare my station. I will meet you there.
All deeds from your previous life will be collected and stored. The archives compile the histories of countless mortal worlds, as seen through the eyes of aspirants like yourself.
Step into the pool, friend. Passing through the veil can be traumatic. Allow us to cleanse the pain of that ordeal. Passing through the veil can be traumatic. Allow us to cleanse the pain of that ordeal. What is that? It looks like a Kyrian, but it is twisted. How strange. Carry on with your learning. I will meet you near the greeter.
Welcome, new aspirants, to the first step in your journey through Bastion.
You are a sign of the wind of change. I will ascend Kyrian in service of the Maw? That cannot be.
What is the meaning of this?
They must have sensed that I enabled the greeter. I will handle this, mortal.
Why is this Nemesis unit active? We can ill afford this anima expenditure.
Goodbye. Ascended One, this newcomer brings troubling news of Kyrian in the Maw. We must inform the Archon.
A grim fate. But if the Arbiter judge them deserving of it, then the matter is not our concern.
These were not prisoners, but willing servants. Surely this merits an audience.
There is but one way to earn an audience with the Archon. To walk the path and prove worthy of ascension. Yes, mortal. You know the path better than most, aspirant. Archon's eyes upon you.
I had nearly passed my final trial. Follow the path. As if we have... We should be on our way. Our realm must appear pristine to you. Or Words cannot express what was lost. Wait. Let me show you. We are in the midst of an unspeakable tragedy. Come. We will seek out my soulbind, Pelagos, at Asperin's Rest.
Farewell, friend of the Grummles.
We have arrived. Pelagos will be eager to meet you.
Clea! Thank the Archon. Pelagos began the ritual with...
Pelagos may soon succumb to... What? That fool. We have little time.
I'm out of range. I don't have a target.
Even the best among us at times become overwhelmed.
I will never ascend. Help me.
It is an honor.
I must not give in! Huh. That was too close for comfort. Thank you. I feel much better now.
It's too far away. I need a target. I'm out of range. I need to target something first. I don't have a target.
That was reckless, Pelagos. You would have fallen if not for that.
I thought I could succeed on my own, but I was wrong.
The drought holds strong. We must find a solution. Go on ahead. Pelagos and I will make our way over on foot.
Must we walk? I am fairly fatigued after my trial.
Consider it part of your training, my friend.
Peruse my stock at your leisure. May it aid